Hello. Ah! Woo! Hi! Welcome in, welcome in. I saw two new people. Am I extra sick yet? I can tell because of the blood bag. No, I'm fine. I'm okay. I sound okay, right? My voice is a little cracky, actually. Hello! Hi! How is everyone? Uh-oh. Who took my voice? Give it back! Give my voice back! I think I'm okay. What did you guys think of the new opening screen? Is it spooky? Yeah! Everybody clap for Coils. Good job! It's so spooky. There was new music too. We had spooky music. Halloween time. It's official. Let me drink more water, maybe. I have a couple ideas of what we could do today. Remember when you were like, get this to me by Tuesday or your head is on a chopping block? Yeah, I do remember when I did that. You're so right. I came back from the prepping and putting dinner in to see you have the bag of blood thing. I was wondering when you were gonna grab it. Yeah! Also, somebody redeem hydrate. It's really good. I really like it. If you redeem hydrate, it does another thing. Peons, you're not good at taking orders. Shaking my head. There you go. Is it going up my nose? Let me fix it. It's not a wiggle. It's just because I wiggle too much. It's hard to hold still and get it to go where I need it to go. Wait, it didn't work. Got the wriggles. I moved too much. There it goes. Why didn't it work for coils? I already ate my sandwich. I have a couple ideas for today, depending. I thought my voice was better though. I didn't know my voice was all scuffed. So that might change some things. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I did not. I did not at all. I completely forgot about them. I completely forgot about them. No dungeon fun for her. If you have mods, you may want to check to ensure it's still working as well. Okay. I won't mess with it today. Well, I have a couple ideas. We could gonna be showering because I got my hands in pumpkin guts. I'm so jealous. I'm hoping to get some pumpkins this weekend. Hi, Goblin. Welcome in. Yay! I love pumpkins. Has anybody else done pumpkins yet? Thank you. Thank you. I can turn the lights on and off. I'm spooky Bambi. With a light switch. Actually, I wonder if it might be. Do I light up? Nope. I don't have a shut up right. I'm not magic. I thought it did. Dynamic. Maybe not. Okay. Go get clean. Ow. Wonder if I should make a poll. I want to talk about it first though. Today's Thursday, right? Hi Ray, welcome in. Ow. How are you doing today? I'm doing great. I'm starting to get really excited for Halloween. I want to do so many spooky stuff. I wish I could stream more days. I wish I had more days to stream. I hope I can get pumpkins this weekend. What do you guys think I should put on my pumpkin? What did I do last year? That is a good question. I don't remember. Scary? Ah! I was trying to see if I could find Halloween. Maybe pumpkin? Oh! I made like a... It looks kind of like my Halloween outfit. And I made Sir Smudgy the year before that. And the year before that, I did Jack from Animal Crossing. It looked like... I wonder if I can open. Just like tape. It looked like Oh, welcome in! Thank you so much for the follow! Have some cake! Oh my goodness. My throat. Okay, it was like pumpkin. And then it had... Hi! Welcome in! Then it was like... an X for an eye. And then a circle for an eye. And then it had... a bow cut out. I'm doing great, how are you? And then like Snaggletooth smile. And then like little lines over here. Good, I'm so glad. It tastes, it's kind of tangy. It's like, how would I describe it? It's got like, you know how like steak juice tastes? Or like liver? That's kind of the flavor it's got going on. That's the kind of flavor we got going on. That's high in iron. Exactly. Exactly. Blood tastes sweet like candy to me. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The fact that you actually told me what it tastes like leaves me perplexed. Just in case, I'll call the police. No! What do you mean? What do you mean? Did I describe it too accurately? If I described it too accurately, that means you know what blood tastes like. So then I should call the police on you. Right? It's like scary. This is the first time I've been called scary, and I don't know how to react to it. I should be happy, right? I should be happy. But for some reason, I'm not. But for some reason, I feel confused more than anything. Oh, hell no! What do you mean? You're scary, but not in the way you like to be. What's that supposed to mean? What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean? Ow! Ow! Let's do this. If you say my name, I won't call the police. Oh god, okay. Scary, what's wrong with you, Lee? Oh man. Hang on, I need my glasses. Benson, how you doing? Hi, Gara, welcome in. I'm doing good. I gotta say this name. Amiko Deyama? I would never call the police. Oh, now I'm a bunny vampire. I'm Bunnicula! I'm Bunnicula! Rah! No, I just had to make it bigger. I had to make it bigger. I need new glasses. I need new glasses. I Taka. I'm Bunnicula. Bunnicula. Did you guys read Bunnicula? I loved that book when I was little. Well, I didn't show you the pumpkin I made last year. Hang on. How do I show this? Oh. Yep, that doesn't show anything it should. Or maybe it does? Okay, well now I'm going to sleep. Good night, everyone, and have a good continuous. Good night. What's asking a lot? What's asking what? Good continuation of life? What the heck? What does that mean? What does it mean? Like life? Or of the live stream? What do you mean good? I'm good. I'm good, right? If it's like living though. I'm trying my best. Does my voice sound any better now though? I love Halloween music. You caught another pupfish. No pupfish for me. What did you guys eat today? I want more pumpkin flavored stuff. I'm worried I'm not gonna have my pumpkin flavor fill before pumpkin flavor filling season is over. I want more pumpkin coffee. You're eating fish and sipping Monster? What Monster flavor do you like? I have coffee. And a sparkle drink. Bunny ears. How long do they last? Forever. I like that they wiggle with my ears when I blink. I like them all, but my main favorite is green tea Monster. Tonight I'm sipping original Monster. Oh, I used to drink Monster when I had to wake up super early in the morning. But most of the time it just made me sick, so I didn't drink it too much. Now I'm just addicted to coffee. If I don't get my coffee, I'm not the same. Honestly, I think because we didn't have creamer the other day is why I wasn't feeling too good. I also was really tired and having a flare-up, but I think it's funny that at the same time, I didn't have enough coffee. Creamer? I hardly know where. What the hell? What the hell? What is that? If you not notice in your Discord, I'm labeled as Monster Addicted Artist for a reason. Oh, I didn't notice. We used to make bracelets and stuff. Yep. I'm so good at talking. For bracelets and stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, that's me. I'm buffering. Moist buffering. Deep and buffering. Thank you for the headset. Whee! There's the redeem I was looking for. It's fine, you're buffering. I was buffering also. I have learned not to pass out while watching anime with a real life friend. Uh-oh. Why? What happens? Did they draw on your face? Did they put your hand in cold water? Or is it warm water? I fell asleep watching anime. She put spray cheese on your nose. Just lick it. Can you reach your nose with your tongue? What anime was it? Were you really tired, or were you just, was it boring? Oh, so it was boring. Got it. Understood. It was comfy. You were comfy. Were you snuggling? Coils. I'm sorry. They're just so long. They're so long, and it's just the same crap over and over again. I need to save this person, and I'm the best. No, we ain't that close, but this friend did confess to me. Oh, yeah. I don't understand closeness levels. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're my friend, I'm gonna cuddle you. I hope that's okay. I don't understand the difference between, like, this level of friendship versus this level of friendship, to be honest. It's a little confusing. I'm like I am gonna be hurt for this, but this ain't the same with Dragon Ball. No! Yeah, exactly! You're flirty. Hi, Lizzie. Why cry? Wow. I don't know. Maybe it's different for female friends. No, I think I'm weird. No, I'm pretty sure I'm weird. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I am. We'll wait for a Skull Kid to come back, and then we'll do the poll for what we want to do, I think. Just because I know he's coming back. How long does it take to wash off pumpkin guts? Did they take a bath in pumpkin guts? What if... Hear me out. What if I have a last minute watch party? I also had my friends cooking to stayed over for dinner, totally not friends to lover story going. Ah! Let's go! Let's go! We love friends to lovers? I love love. I love any kind of romance. So that's different, I guess. Enemies to lovers, friends to lovers. Lovers to lovers. Bliss. Dum. You can't have my plate, I'm sorry. No plate for you. If I turn just enough, I go nunny. Wait, well now it's not working. Why was it doing it before? Where was I going that it was... Weird. Wait, do you cook the dinner or does she cook the dinner? Oh. You should cook her dinner one time. Try to make something yummy. Get a recipe off Pinterest. I like to cook. It's just a lot of energy and I always make a big mess. So it's nice. It's nice to have somebody come and clean up after me. And then more of a baker. Oh, you should. Okay, then you make her yummy treats then. I love baked goods. Oh my gosh. Pastry stuff? Ugh, so good. I have a bag of cookies and like a thing of brownies and I want to make them so bad. I want them. I want them so bad. I want pie. I want like pecan and pumpkin pie. But I don't make girls very confusing to me. It says I had girls like me in high school years, but also don't want to say who dropped hints. Very confused. Oh, it's hard to tell sometimes, even not with girls. Like even girls have a tendency to be not very forthcoming to begin with. I've noticed, but like we're good at emotions, right? But like we want you to guess. Sometimes I swear. Where? Oh, guys are correct. Yeah. Yeah. I would agree with that. But most things confuse me, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm direct or subtle, to be honest. I think I'm more confused about what is flirting and what is not flirting. Bambi is probably the worst to talk about this yeah. I am dense as heck. She knows she'd have to be very blunt. Yeah, I'm dense too. I think you could be direct with me and I still wouldn't get it. I was gonna say something, but I don't know. I don't know if that's... I don't think I should. Like... Yeah, I shouldn't say that. I just teased her with her interest. Do you like her back though? She said she likes you and confessed to you, yeah? You're not just leading her on, are you? That would suck. Or is it just like a slow burn? I don't know how to do a slow burn. What's a slow burn? That is confusing. That's so weird. Are all girls like that? I hate to be that girl that's like, I don't like other girls. But I don't understand things. I'm sure I'm like girls in a lot of other ways. Relationships and feelings and stuff, even for someone who has like a lot of feelings, like I feel things very strongly, they're still confusing to me. By the way, you didn't say this before as I was cooking your new story stream was highly. It's beautiful, right? Hang on. It's so pretty. No, I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm evil. I'm supposed to be spooky. Greetings, Miss Cute Thing. I am new here. Hope you're doing well, and I just wanted to say you have beautiful hair. Thank you. Yeah! You're as evil as I am, Giant. I'm evil! It's scary! It's scary. It's so spooky. You're 2 foot tall. Wow. That's really small. I'm so spooky and evil though. The window is so pretty though. Hang on, look. You shit yourself because of the title? Oh my god. Oh my god, you need to wear diapers if that scared you. What do you mean pre-roll ads are on? Why? 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 Why do you hate me? Koyo's posted a really pretty. Thank you, Goblin! Thank you so much for the bow down! Hang on, look. This is the window. It's so pretty. The window is so cool. I want it like for real. I want it for real. Why pre-roll ads though? Don't do that. Alright, sorry for the ads. Sorry, stupid ads. Why are you licking me? What? I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. Did he take a bath in pumpkin guts? How long does it take to clean up pumpkin guts? I was faster when I spilled coffee all over myself on my birthday. That was so much. I spilled all my coffee on me. Oh, my coffee. I can't believe I've been yapping at y'all for an hour. There's no way. I've been yapping at you for an hour? Time freaking flies. Time just zooms on by. Vampire, can I post the animation? Yes! 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 Absolutely. 110. Get that! Get that! Get that! What's it called? Not content. Affirmations? Conglomerate? What? Cook. It's not content, but it's from content. What's it called, Lynn? Get that back. That's not it either, though. I've been looking at YCHs, and they'll have like different bus sizes, and there's not a bus size that's small enough for me still. The small bus size is still too big. The small is too big. Ooh. What's it called though when you get content? When you... Oh, Bantha, you're so good at words. What's it called when you post something on Twitter or Blue Sky and you get like I'm talking. Anky face. How long did you take a bath in pumpkin guts? What? It took forever. It took forever. Well, you didn't tell me that part. You only told me the pumpkin guts. Well, rush the food part, so I'm here. Still hungry. Oh. Ah! I'll feed you with entertainment. Hi, Mason. I wanna... Okay. You're still hungry though? Did what you get wasn't enough? Do you need like more food? I think I should make gonna feed me with pumpkin guts? I'm not gonna eat your pumpkin guts. You ate a 20-piece nugget and you're still hungry? I can eat like 6 nugs. Oh, you make guacamole? Holy moly. I made a grilled cheese sandwich and it was chowder and ham and I grilled it on the sourdough bread. It was yummy. It was yummy. Does your guacamole have cilantro in it? I'm a 5'6" guy. I'm always hungry. My metabolism burns fast. 5'6". Grilled cheese. It wasn't tasty. It was pretty tasty. Are you small? Like, are you skinny? You like have super fast metabolism? You freaking know it, girl. I do not use metric. Do I sound like I use metric? Welcome in! Thank you so much for the follow! Have some cake! Do I sound like I use the metric system? Holy frick! Holy frick! Holy crap! Thank you so much! You just followed and you dropped a bunch of... What? You like shot it up to hype train. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome in. How are you? Oh Lord. It's Santa! Why would you bring up Santa? Why would you bring up Santa? You know what happens when you bring up Santa in this chat. Hello, thank you so much. You get to have all the cake. Good morning from Japan. I like your model. Very cute. Thank you. Good morning. How do I... If I say it, you're gonna judge me. I think it's Ohio. It's just a really nice spooky verse. We love nice spooky people. Ohio. I'm sorry. I'm very American. I'm very American. Very, very bad American. Thank you so much. Anyways, I wanted to talk about what we wanted to do today. I have a couple ideas. I am Americanized. How is spooky season going? I've never been to America and you never been, so we clueless together. Yeah! Spooky season's going great. I wish I had more house decorations, but I like it and I wish I could stream more. I wish I could stream a lot, but I'm very sick, so I can't stream as much as I want to. I've been told to keep it to 3 days right now, so I can only do 3 days, so I don't get to play as much as I want to. We have a couple spooky games I have. We can either do ones that we can play as a group, like Phasmophobia or Lethal Company, but there's also this very Bampicore. Visual novel that I thought about playing. Don't worry, mods, I'm not self-prompt, but I locked down Silent Hill. So, you beat Silent Hill too? Wait, what are you guessing? What part are you guessing to? Like for funny stuff, we could do that. Oh, you're streaming it? That's cool. Drinking. Phasmo and Lethal Company is only 4 placer. Also, the BGM is fire. Thank you. It's this one channel. She has a bunch of Halloween stuff. She has a lot of cute stuff. I keep meaning to put it in the credits and I haven't yet. Let me make a poll then. Hi, Wolfie! Welcome in! How are you doing? There's poll. Maddie said he's gonna take notes for me. If I don't make it, I had no idea. I completely had no idea. What spooky game should we play? Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia. Hype Train Success, thank you! I like that we get like a gacha on emotes now. But I just want to jump in and say I like the model and give some subs. Be good. I have other places to chat. Be good streamer. Streamer, be good to chat. Love you. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Oh, I gotta look at the pumpkins after. Little Company. A dark Yuri visual novel. What's it called? Butt pick. Butt pick. Something else? Okay. Do no butt, only feet. I don't know. I was gonna say, I bet there is a butt pic somewhere. I just play have a good day, everyone, be good. Hi, Rianta! Welcome in! Oh yeah! Why everybody so mean to me? I haven't posted that one yet. Poll. Play this poll. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew there was a butt pic somewhere. I knew it. Let me find the pumpkin. Oh my my god, they are very goofy. I love them. They're so cute. Oh, my nose itches. Remember to always play fight with a friend and lock eyes after done. Oh my. Always a bit troublesome getting the curves. But it works. Yeah, it is. It is hard. Euro Truck Simulator's on sale. Cute farming VR titles on sale. Whoa. My nose. Baby shoes for sale? Never worn. What? What? No, but look at this game. This looks so cute. It's called Across the Valley. It's a VR. Would this be something you guys want to watch? I wonder if I could make a cute, like, overalls outfit or something to go with it. Farmer Banty. Or like a handkerchief and like... We're gonna do VR on Halloween. It is just a farm sim. But it looks so cute, right? Yeah. Cowgirl! 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 Cowgirl? If there's horse, it's so over you won't leave that game. Oh my gosh. A horse would be so cool. Is there only 2 votes so far still? Not to make it political. Oh no. Uh-oh. We have a tie! Break the tie! There's 4 votes. We have a tie! Break the tie! Break it! Why is it a delay on this on the PC? Vampy vote. Oh! You broke it. Hi, Colin! Welcome in! We have a poll going for what game we're gonna play. Oh no, it's not the spooky chat. The spooky chat is only on the Halloween stream, on the Halloween screen. Tie has been broken, and it's been tied again. Oh god. Out of the wire. Anarchy! Anarchy! I like how it's between Phasmophobia and the visual novel. Two different. Two different feelings here. Very opposite games. Let's chill, the other not so much. Oh, damn it! All right. Tiebreaker pool. New poll. Quick, pick. Phasmophobia. Dark European. Alright, you get 2 minutes. 3, 2, 1, go! Welcome in, Roasted. Thank you so much for the follow. Have some cake. Whoa! Whoa! It is, yeah. Yeah, he's holding it for me. And then I can pop the tube out when I want it. There's no way there's a tiebreaker again. Type A for awesome! That's where I put it. That's why I gave lollipops. Oh. In this democracy? Oh my god. You guys are fighting. You guys are fighting. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? How long is the visual novel? Because maybe if the visual novel's really short, we can do both, right? That's what I'm thinking. I need an evil album. Okay, we'll do the visual novel then, and then hopefully it's short, and then because it only has 12 achievements. Phasma. Okay, Phasma didn't scare me anymore, but it scared me a lot when I was playing it in VR alone. That was spooky. Okay. Alright, visual novel it is. Uh-oh. Skull Kids. Bambi versus Outlast in VR win? Oh god, you guys are evil. What's Outlast even? She wouldn't make it past the first part? Outlast. The Outlast trials or Outlast? Don't worry, I'm more evil in VR. I scare my own life, Steve, more than Oh, that sounds terrible. Easily one of the scariest games I've ever played. Oh god. Is it psychological horror though, or is it just... Okay, survival, first person, atmospheric. Okay. Maybe. Maybe. I wonder if I can convince people to have, if I can have more streams next week for Halloween. Yeah, gore is a little... Okay, what's this game called? It gets so lonely here. It gets so lonely here. Alright. Visual novel time. Hopefully it has music to it. I'll try to do voice acting, okay? Are you excited? Oh, it's so weird. Dun, dun, dun. Hi. Boo. my resume? This will be my resume? This will be my resume for... It's just for Halloween, yeah. Okay, we're English. We're English. How's the sound? Really loud? How is this? Yeah, if it's louder than me, then we're gonna have issues. How's that? Better? Okay. Good? Good. Alright, here we go. You are running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is pitch black. There's nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. Oh, it's too silent now? How's that? It's okay. I understand delays are stinky. Ooh, I like the sound effects. There is nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, however, with the light of the sun to aid you, it'd be of little use. Let me get rid of Mr. Bat. He's covering up the screen. Bye-bye. You do not know where you are going. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind. You have no desire as you run, save to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught. If that were to happen, you are certain that you would be ruined. You have no choice, therefore, but to keep going, on and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You have no idea how long you've been running. Time has begun to blend together. It has lost all meaning. Something sharp snags at the hem of your skirt, but you do not have the luxury to pause and examine what has happened. Instead, you tug. Your skirt tears, the sound splitting through the forest, and you stumble forwards with a shocked gasp. You are free. But at what cost? Your skirt has been irrevocably damaged. It might be too late to worry about such trivial matters now, though. If you do not start running again, and soon, she will catch you. Then, your life will be over. You do not know if she is still following you, but you do not want to risk looking over your shoulder. If you were to see her, silhouetted beneath a tree, looking at you with that sickly sweet smile which once ensnared you, you would lose what little nerve you possess. Your legs would lock up, and your blood would freeze in your veins. Then you would crumble. You would fall, but you would not hit the ground. She would be there to catch you. Did she not promise, when you made that contract, that you would never be alone? You would like to take back that silly wish of yours, but it's too late for that. It is too late for a lot of things. All you can do is run. You run and run and run, while icy fog swirls about your feet. It is cold enough to sap the heat from your body, and you shudder from it. It feels as though you are drowning. It feels as though you are being buried alive. Your knees and your shins, meanwhile, are bleeding. You cannot endure much more of this. But if you value your own life, you must. You run, and you run, and you run. At long last, you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which with you came. You can't exactly double back on yourself, though. Not when you have put so much effort into running forwards. You can only press on. The 3 paths are signposted, which is something of a strange sight given you are so deep in the forest. Dark though it might be, you have grown accustomed to the shadows. You can just about pick out the writing on this old, dilapidated signpost. Curved and slanted through it is. Your fate, if you forgive me for sounding cliché, is in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Go to the shore, go to the village, go to the castle. Well, obviously we should go to the castle. That seems like the best part. That seems like the best option, if I do say so myself. That's where Sir Smudgy will come and rescue me, right? Oh, how long have those been there? I don't even remember adding those. What? They're not even here on the thing. Hang on, let me see if I can find them. I don't even see them on the... That is so weird. They're not actually here. No, they're not in V2 Studio. Hang on, maybe it has something to do with the transition? What the heck and heck? Hang on, let me open the sources really big. Maybe I'm crazy. They are positioned differently, but they don't exist. Oh, I found them! I found them. That's so weird. Mystery solved. That was bizarre. I think I'm gonna cover stuff up if maybe not. Maybe that'll be okay. Oh my gosh. Hey, you got a peanut emote! Peanut! Okay, we're gonna go to the castle. Everything not covered up? You're still good. So, you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude. Oh, sorry. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're... What the heck is that word? Bellegarde? Put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome princess they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefoot peasants? Peasants. It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be a mercenary. To be so mercenary. Not the peasant. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlit meanderings. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with the sovereign. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, and you feel a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. I am a princess, what the hell? The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what exactly will await you at the castle, but you have visions as you run of vast, opulent dwelling. Feet? Yeah, this is Bampicore. I told you it was Bampicore! Hi, Aries! Welcome in! This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside this castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise and what for their children. What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream. You do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from ferocious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said with a caviar wave of a hand that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? I will provide you with cake. It's okay. I will provide the cake. You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why? There is no... Dog aggro. Why, there is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. Blizzard! Gosh, there's a wolf in the woods! It is this hope which keeps you going. A wolf in the woods. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose its all meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. Do you want me to fix it? Chat, chat, chat. Chat, chat, chat. Chat, chat, chat. Halloween chat. There we go. I'll move it just in case. It is still cold though, and foggy and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. I know I like to see the words when other people are reading still, so I can understand the want for it. I really need to add on closed captions. I keep forgetting. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the buildings is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within in the narrow, slitted window. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of the queen and so on. Do you know your place, foolish peasant girl with dirty skirt? Be gone with you. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any garms were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. Yes, it is very Bambi-core. But though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, do not hear any cries. Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights might be on inside the castle, but there's nobody outside its perimeter standing sentry. There's nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle's exterior are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There's nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go! You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. And then, you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron gates, as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, and cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The doomed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed. But, at a push of your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. It's kind of a lot like my writing style that I have, which is pretty interesting. If there are any guards posted about the castle's grounds, they should all have been alerted by the sound. Will they come for you, at long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guard comes. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everyone? Why? It is almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palm back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle secured, you then take a step forwards. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. You did not expect it. Your heart knocks against your ribs. With wild eyes, you glance around. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. You cannot hear any voices. Cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle's empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage, then cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello? You say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast, empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. Not to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach anyone. If anybody else is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of similar scale to the impressive entrance hall, large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghost of eons past, memorialized on portraits upon the walls, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until at long last you find a door which is ajar. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Have some cake. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest then that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be waiting you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber which unveils itself to you. Shyly you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within, or the rich patterns on the wall. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downward at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath the bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hand, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Hey! Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in her doll's hand. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there marveling at the girl before she turns. She raises her head. Then her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when first you observed her sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed examining her doll. Now she is looking at you. However, her face illuminated by the flames in their green, you can see that you were mistaken. She is not just beauty. She is beautiful, so much so it is breathtaking. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The doll on her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charm to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? You are rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, it is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. Oh, the girl says, in a voice that's surprisingly enough far less refined than her appearance. It's good to see you. I've been waiting. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvases the space between you. Your room is so very large, there is quite a lot of space, then takes your hands in her own. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement, be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone, not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. The girl's good mood is contagious, so much so you find yourself being swept away in it. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quickly. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant, so much so your heart clenches. You do not know her. She is still a stranger. You are struck all of a sudden with intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware that you had applied to be her maid, but if that's what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though, for your discombobulation. You come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? It is regrettable to tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you're a fugitive then? From another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all. Or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, who would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. If you do not have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her, unthinkingly, that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her, or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. And you stare. Did she just say she was the princess? Yes, that's right. I'm a princess, and one day I'll be queen, after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So, she really is a princess. That makes sense, she suppose, given she lives in a castle. But it comes as a surprise regardless. You had known, before you entered this chamber, that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for carelessness. Green consort, Princess Bambi. An ugly red flush creeps across your face, a flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look at your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's alright. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here? You nod your head in silent affirmation. It is a complete lie. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. Isekai? How wonderful! I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are their superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. My last maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've ever been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my lady's maids in a while, or any of the servants for that matter. They have all disappeared. Now, that is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That, I don't know. This castle was full of servants once. My lady's maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and a large platoon of retainers. They're all gone now, though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that, though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explained anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What if her parents, the king and the queen, would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's alright. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony lipped. You have no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants, it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a bird. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew, in that curiously conversational manner of hers which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learned how to speak from her servant? That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me, yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. You're probably tired, dear one, from your travels. Would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. Princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are useful. She does, however, pause by the kitchens, where she offers you some victual. Once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. This is not a kindergarten grade reading level, and I'm struggling. What the heck are some of these words? It's very pretty, but I am lost. She laid you down. What the heck is victuals? And that other really weird word before, begrudgingly, bear-goda-goda-ginga. She laid you down a dark, twisting hallway, and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps, until she arrives at long last before a door. It was not begrudgingly. It was something insane. The princess pushes the door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, which is resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. The room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous scent too, which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. Malodorous? You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it is to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like those of a loyal dog's. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This is unexpected contrast between the princess' lofty title and her ingratiating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but is more than passable. It has a roof and 4 walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bedsheet. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatory, and neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodging. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed belongs to you. You think that the peace and the quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servants' rooms we have in the castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outdoors, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeeper had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been but pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic, with all those empty beds. I didn't think it'd be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You'll have to forgive me for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit, one that's unbecoming for a lady. The housekeeper's warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do. You do not mind if she talks too much. That is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too back in the conservatory for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, Princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow, if you don't mind my careless prattle. I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though, I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All my old maids did. The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed, your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna need more water. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature still to declare that you are out of the woods, in a metaphorical sense, I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you, and change into the nightclothes hanging in the wardrobe. The nightclothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired. Your sleep is as deep, dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars, your sleep is not devoid of those prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though, in this case, I rather think your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids like the ghostly images in a phenakistoscope? Phenakistoscope? Were not conjured from within your mind. They were instead taken from your memory. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory and how they always hated to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsels had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. You struggled, too, to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. The other girls all acted like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies, too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You stood out the least in your class, perhaps, because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickliest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatory, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniform. It was, if there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead, and as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and they laughed and they laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps and the pinches. Once during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Ouch! This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp, and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red like strawberry jam all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as the way she looked for a few moments, as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, the giggles of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought it was all your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time on its own, though it still left a scar, a white raised thing, like a crescent moon. Ow! You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. Look 'em in, Colin. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know what your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disoriented when you awake, at long last, with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams were of particular pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed, an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and warped wooden floor. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatory, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it is you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. You can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, 2 garments actually, of black and white, folded into a neat white square. Mattress, mattress, mattress. Comfy cozy cottage home? No. No. What could that be? A maid's outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. If you can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her legacy. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. Press your fingers against the humble maid attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. It's maiden time. How I've stooped so low. I've gone from princess to maid. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside in the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. The door scared me. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to your mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many rooms and many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disoriented when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. This is the way. Do you know the way? You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? You wonder briefly whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no. The sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought instead to rouse her. That seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night prior, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view. How very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as in the grate in which you will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across her pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was setting last night. You suppose this doll must be her favorite. Idly you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. What do you mean it doesn't matter all that much? That's like the most important thing you could ask her. What's the name of your doll? Refer to that doll often. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too, and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so unfeebled, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learnt anything from the conservatory, save for knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tracts of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatory. Perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. Alright, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed, and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilet. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder, as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess. Are you alright, dear one? Brings you back to your senses.
We're rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish the princess's hair, then set to the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the ledge of her bed, looking up at you askance? Hair so soft made you lose thought. It's honestly, yeah. I love my hair being brushed so much. It feels so good. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem, though, as she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that alright? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's alright. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before expecting yourself. How have you not seen a naked woman before? I guess she doesn't have siblings, right? Oh no, not so say so. It's say so, it's say so. It's say so. Women see each other undressed and stuff all the time. Even then, however, you've always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. I'm not thinking anything on say-so. It's alright. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look much different. Hello! I'm happy! Welcome, ladies! Hi! Welcome in, ladies! You're playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Siblings of the skeleton degree. Hello! 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 Welcome in! Thank you so much! My stream's been great. We're reading a Yuri dark visual novel. A dark Yuri visual novel. Shadow the Hedgehog. So cool and so emo. I don't know. I forget what I'm saying. Welcome in! If you don't know me, I'm Princess Bambi, a vampire VTuber. I'm cursed with eternal cuteness and a bit of chronic illness, but I'm still here to serve cake and sass. Whether we're slaying bosses or chilling, bow down, peons, and enjoy the sweetness. You have anchovy pizza? I've never had anchovy pizza before. There you go. Welcome in, everybody. We're flirting with the princess. Teehee. You're not so sure about that. That's okay. You have a good sleep and a good lurk. Rest up. I just took canned anchovies and put them on a frozen cheese pizza. Well, that'll work. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's very it's very Bambi core. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you will already know to look at her face that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then, you reach out with trembling hands and you begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She is not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder, to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so you can make some progress undressing her again. The sight of all this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown despite your initial mishaps, spurred on perhaps by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions once again as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily, as you search. The princess is standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her day dress before you stripped her of her night one? What a fool you are! The princess, noting your panic, giggles, and then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you were doing." "I thought so. I did wonder before you started undressing me why you'd not ask where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind?" It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's barred skin to think about how best to conceal it. Baby always strips first, ask questions second. It's true. I'm not, like, that's not even wrong. That's not... Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, have some cake. It's not even, I hate how accurate this is. Uncomfortably accurate. "My dress is in my armoire," the princess says, glancing over at the aforementioned piece of furniture. The armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure large enough, or so you estimate, to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom's worth of princesses. "I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me?" "I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially when I'm still naked." She raises a good point. "Are you passing out on us?" No? You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and pursue the clothes hanging within. Peruse. It's just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewed and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. Ooh. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She's easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. I know this is supposed to be Yuri, but really? 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 That was more perilous. I bet you're gonna have to bathe her. Girl, get it together. While it seems a small miracle, you can still remember how to breathe. Maybe I'm not as gay as I thought. Or I'm so gay. I don't know. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. You would be super... I don't know, maybe I'm weird. So gay, you're thinking bass is ahead. I'm just saying, like, as a ladies' maid, like, that's a thing that butlers and maids and stuff have to do, is they have to help them bathe and dress and all of that. So, I don't know. But, like, I don't know, just don't look directly. I don't know, I feel like running for your life through the forest is way easier, or is way scarier than dressing pretty girl. I'm already on the honeymoon. You're right. You're right. I'm gone. I think I would still, even if it was a prince. Well, I'm both, okay? Like, I like boys and I like girls, okay? Okay. I'm fully aware, right? I would be nervous, but I wouldn't be, like, so nervous that I thought that was the worst part than running through the forest for my life, right? I'm just saying. Like, definitely anxiety. But there's, I don't know. There's gay panic and there's this. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but already I wondered what I'd do without you. What was she doing without her maids before? You're already on the we've been married for 20 years and have to do weird stuff to spice up our time in the red room. Stop it! No! It's really easy. Maybe it's because I was a teacher and stuff. But those are children, so it's a little different. I don't know. You just do it. You just do it. You don't think about it, you just go. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. You just do it! And in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to. And anyway, I think you're very pretty too. Taking dresses off of women. Just do it, Princess Bambi. Oh my. Your face blushes from this more deeply than ever before. I am pretty! You ought to count yourself lucky, really, with all of this excessive blushing, and the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies. That's a weird thought! That's a weird thought! Why would you bring up vampires? She do got fang. I do see a fang there. You're making yourself quite the easy target. The soup thickens. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get very bored of being cooped up inside. Me too. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. All the red, the teeth, the dress, the teeth earrings, the teeth crown? Oh, I didn't even notice that. Nice looking out, Coils. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick they put you in mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her own, but to float like a cloud. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs, and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced by the castle's walls, which look in the stark mid-daylight tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is a state of disarray. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed into a claustrophobic degree like a coffin. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush one is full of bright red roses. "Oh, how very pretty! You think they are gorgeous, dear one?" The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle, in fact, a welcome splash of color, when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in the beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood, their heads so full they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense, but there is something unsettling about them too, something that is almost obscene. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers, just struggling to grow within the garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they are simply divine! Looking at these roses always lifts my spirit. They really are my favorite flowers. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out to pluck one of these roses free from its resting place amongst its brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that the gesture might result in a perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she isn't. Who do you think she was? You? Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. I feel like I'm flirting with myself right now. Now let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me? Princess plucks a petal from the flower's overabundant head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this child incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. She loves me not. She loves me not. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola. She loves me not. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over the final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatory also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child yourself, but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Your interest in princesses has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else would I be thinking of?
Naturally, I was thinking of you.
Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much, and indeed, part of you did. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid too. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affection. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs and she laughs and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dealt within the walls of the conservatory, but it is different with her.
Is this what rizzing me up is like? I'm confused. Is this how you rizz? How do I rizz?
You have not known her for all that long, but you're already entranced by her, ensnared.
This is what I've done with you all. I'm so sorry, peons. I apologize.
She has you wrapped around her little finger.
Oh my.
The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles and smiling as she wipes her eyes with the back of her hand.
I'm in a silent. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea.
You look at the princess curiously. What idea?
You can't tell?
You cannot even begin to guess.
I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the roses, strip stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun.
The princess retrieves a second rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you.
I want to see what fate has in store for you, too.
You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm. Indulging in childish games like this not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined you would not wish to hurt her. What could be the harm, really, in consenting? The only casualty of this game will be one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but
she gon' get stabbed on the finger. Oh no!
You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is more to a rose than its ripe red flowers. Roses have thorns too, a fact you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your finger, and you gasp. I'm thirsty. I'm so thirsty. You take a step back, and the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankle. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why are you so stupid?
You poor dear! You're bleeding! The princess exclaims, alarmed.
Then she frowns.
This is all my fault. If I had not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you.
And how is she going to do that?
I don't like...
Perhaps she means to take a handkerchief from her pocket, with which she might staunch her wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones. How else would they?
I don't know.
I'm having a gay panic now, sorry. How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once the aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favor. It is simply not done. I don't think I'm a very good princess anymore, guys. I think I've been around too many imps. Coils! Coils! No! Coils! This is what you always thought, but... Please hold still. This might sting a little bit. The princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she instead encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand, carefully, as though she is handling a precious object. She raises your hand, her eyes affixed all the while on the beads of startling crimson blood, which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lip. She then dips her head. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh, which borders on the sensual, she slips your injured dentin between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but feels intimate regardless, almost startlingly so. Eons, would you let me kiss your finger? The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth. Baby, no. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. Wet? My mouth's not very wet. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she's doing. Oh? Princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop the bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? Am I not making... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It's not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable per se, but that this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. And she's not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? Princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouse when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. Intense vampire split. Oh my god, it's the Bambi 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 Bambi. Hi, Mom Cat, thank you so much for the rebound down. Welcome in. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies' maids to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean her wounds like this? No. The princess smiles mischievously. "'Cause I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly." Now that was quite the sharp retort. Did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might be this might perhaps be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood flow will flow to your face, rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on suckling, but she still is. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, rushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose could. Time skip! The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There's no running to be had while you're working for the prince. You would have nowhere else to run. In any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have at long last begun to recede. You can scarcely recall as you lay down in your bed petty cruelties you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatory. They no longer matter. Bambi visual novel win? Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You've become quite besotted with her, but you are yet to realize it. What does besotted mean? Chat, I need you to be my dictionary. Besotted. Strongly infatuated. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one be? I can't talk anymore. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses them to make them known. You are in the princess's chambers later, perhaps than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It's dark outside, and there is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it, that and the fire which crackles in the grate. You've only just finished stoking the fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is lying in her bed, and you bid her a good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one. Do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, then look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she alright? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, which make me feel a little out of sorts. And what, you ask, does that mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark. and it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there'll be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for our walk. Princess is not mistaken by that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the gardens earlier, was grey and steely and wind biting like cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier by comparison it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be alright all alone in her oversized bed in her high-ceiling bedchamber? You know it's silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be alright? There is nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her latest maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased perhaps that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me? Provided that you can, of course. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course you can read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatory, but you said something of a gift when it came to literary arts. Reading books is all you have ever been good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you reassure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tale, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job breathing life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me just for a brief while? Please, dear one. Oh, please. The princess's request seems a simple one, expressed sweetly so much so you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the depth of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding, wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase imposed upon the pages, of his aged tone, and they lived happily ever after. The princess sighs, as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her coat, and she says, And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety? Well, of course, she replied, but for a princess to marry a scullery maid. You're still hung up about that? The princess titters. Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself. As if anything like that would ever happen when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle isn't empty. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuance. But by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. That was a nice story, the princess says, but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more? You would not mind, you reply, but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber. I know, but you can't find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain. You have some doubts about that, but as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though, that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this book, want to upset her. You would rather cut your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating at their close in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, and then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. This is just me. The princess is just me. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it. Her only request that of more. If she were less comely, perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character defeat. This princess is very comely, however, and so when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramification. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed. So... I know! The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, your eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so much cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it's easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation?
Did I fucking stutter?
You bet she's a stormy sleeper? What does that mean? What does a stormy sleeper mean? I've never heard of that before. It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside. I do toss and turn a lot. How did you know? I do. It's really bad. I also have night terrors and stuff, so I scream and talk a lot in my sleep. Fretting while she observes with wide, beseeching eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be... The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, you have no qualms with it. Why would you?
Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come!
Then we'll sleep and keep the terrors away. Yay! And that is what you do, after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting your return as though you are a knight-errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princesses giggle when she sees you in your haste to change. You had made a hash of buttons and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say, I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things more fun. You are tried for a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might be even more stubborn than you are, and capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them, so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there. The sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiled. And so am I. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? You swallow, and with a shaky voice you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. A storm might be raging outdoors, but it can get us here. But it can't get us here. I know. When I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but the princess reaches out and takes your hand in hers, winding your fingers together like a chain. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. You make me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise. You returned her smile with one of your own. Touched hurt by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her? In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now, I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all a part of the job description. You're unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with far fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this sleepily, and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think. Only half conscious, you think you deserve it too. You've been working hard for a long time. You've been running for even longer. But now, at long last, you can feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop. Your body. This word, it's here again. Bellegarde. By a sudden, all-consuming fatigue. And, in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's key. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outside. Morpheus mentioned? The wind is howling like a couple of wildcats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you, and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of this world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice, warm bed, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chills seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against the cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. You are trembling so much you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. The princess's bedchamber wherein you fell asleep is a thing now of the past. You are standing, instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of the servants, which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor tell you of their plights. They are all unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained, but even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Over there, you see a woman slumped, the front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There's a gaping wound in her stomach, one though which her entrails have half escaped, and some sort of burgundy goop which might once have been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She's skinnier. Maybe she's not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not prelude her attacker from inflicting upon her horrors, alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is peppered with even more wheals, and her face even has been smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her, and the ruined remains of what was her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and her lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down there, but they have begun to putrefy. You fear a similar fate might befall you, should you stay here. On today's episode, you need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic raises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart is too glacial. It is obviously that escape is impossible, but still you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrist more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, you know, forming the sets of actions over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Who would not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that would do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Look now, she has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, lilting steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Based on all the infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. Balefully, you turn your head so to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one's entry, but rarely ever an exit to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Once the red of the princess's outfit made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side, until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggles, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It is horribly cold here, and so very drab, and there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down for my bed, I suppose, and my blankets. But then they would have gotten dirty, and that would have been a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laugh is light and lilting like the chimney chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel even more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. With that you would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white. Though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she could keep holding you. You wish she could keep touching you. Luxury in her kindness as best you can. But though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? Ah, you're such a good girl, the princess says, in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why then, you ask her? Why are you doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There's nobody else in the castle who would have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her portrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural of her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done to all of my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means, naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There is nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Prisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly! There's a bit more to it than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says, in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You've been good to me, like I said, and kind. For all that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I am a greedy, selfish girl, you see. Princess's smiles widen into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fervor you have never before witnessed. And I don't want you to feel beside me, I want to feel you inside me. Well, of all things your charming captive could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps, noticing your confusion, begins to giggle. A giggle even lighter than marrying, and just as airy. It's just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. Wanly, the princess sighs. A beligreed woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. Beleaguered. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps no. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least, when she still had the breath to speak, of course. You look at the princess, where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She's still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, the princess does not look any different to how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only happy to answer. It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why you weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You're sure that the princess said her minister sent them away, though. Is that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My mistress didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them, too. Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers were very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. Oh, I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large ratoon of retainers. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me, I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. Why, you asked the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to pay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude, unless you have any better ideas. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfounded you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice, and neither is it strictly legal. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. The princess listens to your arguments, her expression astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but it's not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny, but why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day I'll be queen. I am the law! That is a good point. But would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know. No matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch with no subjects. Don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anyone would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask? The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. It is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all of my subjects equally. I love every single one of you. And naturally, I love you too. And you've been so awfully nice to me. And you're very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with you as affection quite as intense as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine. Then we could stay together forever and ever. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheek. You can feel too the warmth her breath goes against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is perverse, though this might sound something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips are red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... Princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring interviews, are like two dark tarts. Finally, you think you can see an alarming lack of light, the lack of anything, in the princess's gaze some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But the brief flicker of understanding which passes between the pair of you is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are red as the petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck, as warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it. For a few moments you think that this overture of the princess's could be romantic in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great, greedy goblets like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant and borders on monstrous. It is a love you never thought that you would ever experience. This is a love the princess eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notion you might once have had for right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn thorn nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back, desperately grasps for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are imposingly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was white once. Now it is red. There is so much blood you can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this tact proves beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin, your attempted breaths when they escape your lips sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it's on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate as yours and rest in peace, or you will try to fight against it? Wheeler. What? I love how the only option is this is very dark, Karma, sorry. I don't think there's much fighting to be done with the missing. I'm just gonna accept my fate, honestly. I'm good with it. I'm already dead. What, really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon than being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that is what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I have always done after all, from the moment we first met. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I'm not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Dun dun dun! There's so many more options, though. Damn. Give me. Oh. Damn. We should have saved stuff. Damn, that sucked! My heart feels so sorry for you. How do we... Can we, like... skip to the... Let's go to the end again and see what happens when you fight.
Dirt, dirt. Dirt, dirt. Dirt, dirt.
I feel bad for all of you that didn't see that twist coming. Yeah, that's okay. This works too. There's not that many choices, so you just speed through it. Okay, so this is what happens if we fight. That is a good answer, I must admit. I like it. It's impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair matings, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purpose than being an entree, and there are vastly more endurable ways to be eaten in this world. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Oh! Hell yeah, there are more enjoyable ways to be eaten. Are there? Okay, chat. A shore or village. One or two. One or two. One or two. I lived. I think the narrator has some control over us though. Don't give me that face. Do not give me that face. Do not. I refuse. I'm glad I made it more immersive. The shore you feel will just be empty. I have a feeling it won't be. I have a feeling each way has something. Quickly, in chat. 1 2s, 1 2s, 1 2s. 1 2, 1 2, 1 2. 1 1 1. 3 is not a choice. Okay, we're going 1. We're going beach. Karma, this is very dark and very gay. Just letting you know. I feel so bad for people who didn't know it was gonna take a dark turn though, but I did say it was a dark horror Yuri. So you want to go to the shore? Good idea. What will you discover there, I wonder? The night is far from over, and there are any number of adventures still awaiting you. I hope that you have prepared yourself in advance, and I do hope for your sake that you have learnt how to swim. I have a sneaking suspicion that this skill might come in handy. I was sort of ready, but meh. You follow the path which leads to the shore, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb, you feel like a great lumbering thing. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find a means to escape your current predicament by the shore. You do not know what awaits you, but you have visions of a harbor extending out to the horizon, creating a fleet of white-sailed fishing vessels. Surely there will be a kindly fisherman who will be willing to take you far, far away on his boat, to a place where your pursuer will not be able to find you. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly fisherman, a face you have lifted from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child, who will have thick, bushy eyebrows and a dark brown beard streaked through with gray. He will look intimidating at a glance, but he will be fiercely protective of you, just like a father. You do not know what fathers are supposed to be like. You are only imagining. It is your imagination, however, which grants you the strength you need to keep going. Fisherman, Princess plot twist. Thank you for the hydrate, Aries. So I'll make sure I drink some tea tonight. You run to the shore. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you do it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning? The forest is behind you now. At least, and all the awful nightmares that lurk within it. It is still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl or orb or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the Virgin, which plummets sharply downwards to an array of sharp, spiky rocks below. In this dream, Bambi learns how to read. You felt upon escaping the woods a degree of hope, but the sight of these weather-blasted cliffs gives you pause. You inhale, then you frown. Now what are you to do? Hi, Vortex! You did not think this plan of yours very well. Not that you had much in the way of a plan in the first place. Ooh, a siren! Oh, it's gotta be a siren! There is little in the way of civilization here. The cliffs are far from the village. How far, you do not know, and you cannot see any houses. Where exactly will you rest your weary head, and what of your weary legs? Yeah, we getting eaten again for sure. Spooky game, pretty eyes, thank you. I'd rather take the dungeon. Fitfully you look around. There is nobody to your east, nor is there anybody to your west. There is no point in looking south, that is the way you came. And when you look to the north, the world falls away from you. The cliffs are too steep to scale, and it is too dark. Naturally, there is not a soul here to help you. You are on your own. You feel so overwhelmed. You could very well cry. You do not cry, however. You know that the tears have never helped anyone. You got yourself into this mess. Now you need to get yourself out of it. It is with this thought in mind that you inhale a lungful of salty oceanic air. Then you begin your exploration in earnest. You keep away from the edge of the cliffs, afraid that you might slip and take a sudden, unfortunate tumble into the abyss below. You are not as attached to your mortal body as some humans are, but you do not want to die. You still care for yourself, if only a little. And it is this sense of self-preservation which compels you onwards. You glance this way and that, pressing the tall grass beneath you shrews as you search for a place of shelter. Surely there must be somewhere. You cannot see any likely-looking settlements, but what is that over yonder? Could that be a roof? You hurry onwards, hope budding anew in your heart, until at long last you reach your destination. There is a house after all, out here in the wilds, though it doesn't at a glance look very welcoming. The solitary house that you have discovered not so far from the cliffs is rather unremarkable. It is so small and squat you cannot imagine it contains within it more than one floor. You cannot even imagine that it contains much more than one room. Though it is dark, it is not dark enough to mask that the cottage has something of a slant to it. It is leaning listlessly to one side, like a drunken sailor. The thatched roof, meanwhile, which tops this dwelling, has certainly seen better days. There's a hole in the thatch, there are several holes in fact, and parts of it look particularly bare, almost bald. That is rather concerning. Should it rain, you will not be properly protected from the elements. Can you really stay the night in such a place? What do we do with a drunken cottage? What do we do with a drunken cottage? What do we do with a drunken cottage early in the morning? You have some misgivings. But do your misgivings matter, really, when there is nowhere else to go? It is not as though you have any other option. It is with this sense of defeat, therefore, that you approach the cottage, what sticks out of the earth like a tombstone. Part of you wants to turn back, but you know that would be foolish. The windows of the cottage are dark, but that does not necessarily mean it is empty. It is rather late at night after all. Whoever lives here, if indeed anybody does live here, might be asleep. You cannot imagine the owners of this cottage will appreciate being roused so very late at night. You cannot let yourself worry too much about these small details, however. Otherwise, you will never get anywhere. You swallow the taste of the salty sea breeze and punch it in the back of your nostrils. Then rap your knuckles of your right fist on the door. You rap quietly at first, but you do not hear any resultant shuffling inside the cottage. Perhaps you did not use enough strength. Emboldened, you rap your knuckles on the door for a second time, more loudly this time. You wait a few moments, but still you cannot hear anything. Perhaps the cottage is unoccupied after all. You knock for a third time, then wait. The third time is, as they say, the charm, but for all that, your knocking goes unanswered. Well, nobody can say that you did not try. More intrigued now than anxious, your fingers find the handle of the door, you pull it down, and to your surprise, it yields easily. The door swings back for you as if by magic. It feels almost as if it was preordained. You step foot inside the cottage, which is very dark, and glance around. It is hard to see given the lateness of the hour, but the cottage's interior is about as inspiring as its exterior, which is to say, not very. It is every bit as small and cramped as you fancied when you observed it from the outside. There are a few cupboards which line the walls, a wood fire which has since been extinguished, and a straw pallet on the floor which must function as a bed. Your search is unsuccessful, however, when it comes to trying to locate other humans. You cannot find another soul. Surely that is to your benefit, though? If nobody else lives here, then you might as well make yourself at home. Or as at home as one can be, I suppose, in a small, cramped cottage such as this, with holes in the roof. You close the door behind you, then approach the straw pallet. All of a sudden you feel incredibly weary. The tiredness that assails your limbs is absolute. So intense it overcomes the last of your concerns. You settle down upon the straw pallet, yawning as you do. It is not comfortable, but being able to lie down eases some of your aches and pains. Lying down, even on an uncomfortable makeshift bed such as this one, is better than standing. It is far, far better than running. Your eyelids fall shut, your lashes melting together, and soothed by the sound of the wind and the distant rolling of the waves, you fall asleep. Then you begin to dream. It is not uncommon, of course, to dream. The best and the worst of us do it, from queens in their castles to peasants sleeping in the straw. Why, who's to say that all you have observed tonight has not, in a sense, been a dream of its own? Would that make your nighttime fancies then a dream inside a dream? Perhaps our dreams are empty, hollow things stacked inside one another like wooden dolls. It is not a whimsical thought. How very droll. Your dreams, however, cannot be called whimsical, and neither are they particularly droll. They are not pure fabrications, as dreams sometimes are, fleeting fancies which never come to pass. Your dreams are rather of a more precious sort. In your dreams you are at the conservatory with your red hair tied back into two prim, proper braids. You are walking through the courtyard, clutching your books to your chest as you make your way to the library. Your head is bowed so as not to look at the faces of your passing classmates. You do not want to meet their eyes. These girls, with their sensible braids and their sensible shoes, are merciless. You hunch your shoulders together in this dream of yours so as not to draw their attention, but alas, it's not enough. You stumble, clumsy thing that you are, and you fall, and just like that, all eyes are upon you. They are staring at you. They are laughing at you. You lay there on the ground by the fountain, your books scattered in the skirt, in a woeful state of disarray. Your knee hurts. Is it bleeding? You examine your injured leg, trying not to cry, and as this transpires, you hear a voice. One of your classmates is calling out to you. She has acknowledged you. You look up shyly, tears beating in your eyes at a girl taller than you and prettier and much more refined. She extends her hand towards you. Does she mean to help you? It cannot hurt to try, can it? Hesitantly, you reach out to accept her offered aid. Her fingers curl around yours tightly, perhaps too tightly. Her nails dig into your skin. It hurts. Deftly, the girl pulls you to your feet. Your legs feel weak from your fall, and your knee is still aching, still bleeding. You stumble, feeling out of sorts, but you're not afforded much of an opportunity to gather your bearings. The girl's hands are on your shoulders. She is laughing at you. Then she is pushing you. The sound of the fountain and the running water which drums against its basin is, all of a sudden, very loud. It is overwhelming. It surrounds you. Then it engulfs you. It is cold as ice. You cannot breathe. Rushing of the water continues, echoing in your eardrums over and over, and then, no, you do not want to remember this. What good will it do? It is in the past where the past ought to remain. You are never going to go back, not even in your dreams. It is this determination which forces you back into the world of the waking with a start. You gasp like a fish as you sit upright, your eyes unnaturally wide. You feel wearied from the lack of sleep, and with half-lidded eyes you glance out. It is still dark inside your cottage, the sky visible from beyond the windows splashed still with stars. How long were you asleep? You are not sure. Your dream was so very detailed, it really did feel like you had been transported into a different time, into a different place. When you inhale, you can taste rank, foetid water in your mouth. Tentatively, you pat yourself down, your fingers trailing against the front of your uniform. So vivid was your dream, you half expected to find that your clothes are damp. This is not the case, however. You are, in fact, perfectly dry. Well, now what are you to do? Will you go back to sleep? That sounds like the best option available to you. You are very tired, but your senses feel too overwrought all of a sudden for sleep. You do not think you could bear it. On unsteady legs, you rise to your feet and stand by the window. You look out to the starry sky, to the pitted moon which hangs amongst them, and you frown. You can hear the wind outdoors howling like an injured animal, and more softly the ebb and flow of the waves as they meet the cliffs. But that is not all. What is that sound? Why, it's almost like singing. The voice is far away enough that you cannot pick out any individual words, or even individual syllables, but there is a haunting quality to it all. The singer, whoever they are, possesses quite the pretty voice, high and clear like a bell. The song is a melancholy one which stirs in your heart. Curiosity takes root inside you, as it did during that fateful day you found the book in the library. Logically, you know you would not go outdoors to seek the source of that singing, but emotionally, that is another matter altogether. You really should have learnt your lesson by now. You should know better than to go sticking your nose into business which does not concern you. But naughty little girls such as you never do learn. You cross the old fisherman's cottage as though in a dream, then reach for the handle of the door. The handle depresses easily enough beneath your grasping fingers, and the door opens with a click. The rest of the world yawns before you, framed in the doorway, all of it bathed in moonlight. You thought it was cold inside the old cottage, but it is colder still now that the door is open. An unpleasant wind rushes forth to meet you, knifing mercilessly through the fabric of your uniform. You look across the cold, inhospitable landscape, your fingers clenched into fists at your sides. Then you step out into the unknown. We have an ad break coming up, so I'm going to pee really quickly and get water. We'll be right back, okay? This is very fun. I'm enjoying this a lot. I hope you guys are too. You know what I should do? We should go to the starting soon screen for the Be Right Back. Ba, 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 ba. Bah. Spooky. Chloe did such a good job on it. It's so amazing. Bah.
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, I have more water, and I want party, and we're good to go. Time to go get eaten by a siren. And now, back to war. That was my pee session. It was a good pee. Thank you. Thank you. Good pee, good pee. Home is where the pee be. Then you step into the unknown. You canvass the cliff face led by nothing more than the luxurious singing. So haunting and ethereal is this voice that it hangs on the breeze. It would be enough to send 1,000 ships off to war. Listen, but why did you come in here if you didn't want in here? You keep walking into the night until you reach the very edge of the cliffs where they drop downwards into the empty air. Animals. You ought not to go any further, but the voice has yet to cease. You can still hear it echoing inside your head. It compels you to act. You look down at the shore, which seems like a dizzying distance away, then out to the ocean, which is breaking against the scattered rocks below. Your eyes narrow with determination. Then you take a step towards the cliff. The cliffs are steep and the rocks below them are sharp. You can see them glinting in the darkness, their tips jagged like the teeth of hungry predators. The cold wind blows, rocking your hair, and you shudder from it. Your shoes were not built for scaling cliffs, and your heels do not have much in the way of purchase, particularly when the cliffs are so steep. Maybe it's torrent. Clinging to the cliffs is no small feat, yet you are determined to ease yourself down onto the shore, in one piece preferably. The wind is so powerful it feels as though there is something deliberately malicious to it. You wonder, during your descent, if it means to knock you off your perch on purpose, to cast you down to the rocks below. Well, if that is what it wants, then you refuse to give it the satisfaction. You can be awfully stubborn at times, and now is one of them. You continue to climb. How long have you been at it now? Until, at long last, your feet meet the shoreline below. You have made it, and you did not sustain too many injuries. Your palms are throbbing, yes, after gripping those rocks, and you might have a few cuts, but your wounds are of a shallow and superficial sort. Things could have been worse. You flex your fingers, they feel uncomfortably numb and cold alongside it. Your skin is prickling, but at least you can still feel discomfort. At least it is still attached to your bones where it ought to be, your vital organs concealed within the hollow cavity of your body. You have a lot to be thankful for. That night has, by and large, been quite successful. There are no longer any obstacles between you and the mysterious voice which lured you outdoors. Now you must find them. You set off down the shore on the hunt of the singing voice which has captivated you so. You sidestep sharp, jagged rocks which jut out of the sand like teeth. The rocks which cannot be circumnavigated, meanwhile you clamber over. All the while the sound of the sea mingles with that of the singing. It provides an ethereal, haunting backdrop to your exploration, one which further adds to the surreality of your moonlit stroll. The waves lap against the shore, yeah, this is hella dangerous. They recede shyly, pushed and pulled by the bleached white moon which hangs overhead. The oceans that you have seen in your library books
We're all blue as sapphires, but this ocean is different. It is so late at night, it looks black instead. The undulating surface. Baby ducks her head and gets washed out to sea suddenly. The undulating surface of the water reminds you of a mirror, though its depths are even deeper and much more mysterious. A sense of foreboding settles upon you, but you try to quash it. You will not let yourself be afraid. Part of your world. You round a corner, your feet unsteady in their sensible brown shoes, and then, at long last, you see her. There's a woman sitting upon a rock out in the ocean. The woman's eyes are closed and her lips are parted, her expression soulful. She is singing. Her hair, which is fair, flutters around her face like a shroud which adds to her otherworldly aura. Her eyes might be closed, but her lashes are long and luxuriant like a doll's. Her lips, meanwhile, which are parted and soft, are soft like the freshly plucked petals of a flower. Her hair is perfect, as are her proportions. Her neck is tall and slender, like the stem of a flower. As for the lower half of her body, meanwhile, well, it is nothing like anything you've ever seen before. It is here, and here alone, that the woman betrays your narrow human definitions of beauty, for her legs are non-existent. Rather than two awkward appendages, this woman has instead the sleek, shimmering tail of a fish. Is she not, then, a human? She cannot be, not with a tail like that. This unusual sight makes you gasp, and quite audibly at that. You do not mean to be rude, but you cannot help yourself. Humans tend to react poorly to things they do not understand. At least you do not scream. That would be even ruder. Oh my. You meant to observe the mermaid from a distance, but it would appear that your shocked gasp was loud enough to attract her attention. The fish-tailed vision sitting upon the rock is looking at you. Her gaze is so piercing it feels as almost as if she is looking through you. Your heart seems to stop inside your chest as by some manner of magical spell. You thought the mermaid pretty when first you observed her sitting on that outcrop of a rock, her face turned in profile. Now she's looking at you, however, you can see that you were mistaken. She's not just pretty. She is beautiful, so much so it's almost unnerving. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She's simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. Her tail might be an impossible thing, but its scales look slick and wet regardless of any of fishes one might find at the market. These scales are iridescent, and bathed beneath the light of the moon, they seem to almost glow. The sight of her rather takes your breath away. You look at the mermaid. She looks back at you. You prepare yourself expecting some sort of altercation, but the surprise soon fades from the mermaid's face. Her lips, which once were pursed in a frown, now shift upwards. She is smiling. Then she says in a refined sort of voice, My, it really is good to see a human again, particularly a human girl. I was beginning to fear that your kind had all disappeared, and I would no longer have anybody left to tell me of the world above the waters. My, this is quite the effusive greeting. The mermaid's introductory speech is positively brimming with excitement of a sweet, girlish variety. She is rather more amicable than fine polish of her syllables would make one suggest. You might be a well-bred lady yourself with an accent to match, but you cannot help but feel overwhelmed. Anxiously you observe the mermaid, and you ask her what she means. What happened? As to that, I'm afraid I cannot say. I have been sitting on these rocks and singing for many, many nights, and nobody has come to see me. There have been no lovely humans for me to play with. I was beginning to wonder whether your kind had disappeared altogether. I feared some manner of calamity had occurred while I was slumbering beneath the water surface, and your kind had been eradicated. You shudder, then reassure the mermaid that, to the contrary, you did not know about the humans that she used to speak with, but you, at least, have not been eradicated. You are still here. Yes, well, I can see that, the mermaid answers with a light laugh. It really is a relief. My fellow merpeople who live beneath the water told me not to worry so, but I could not help myself. I have always been fond of you humans. It was rather sobering, sitting here night after night, all on my own. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches in your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? So, dear human, did you say that you were unfamiliar with these parts? Hesitantly, you examine the mermaid. Thoughtless though you might be at times, you are not so very self-centered that you cannot detect the note of longing in the mermaid's voice. It is evident as she looks at you that she is hoping for a particular answer to her query. This answer, alas, is not the one you can furnish her with. You do not want to lie to her. It is after some hesitation, therefore, that you reaffirm your earlier words, though this time you embellish them. You tell the mermaid that you are a traveler from far-off land, one which is very dissimilar to this one. It is not a complete fabrication. You tell her that you have only just arrived by the shore, and you are unfamiliar both with your immediate surrounding and those further afield. If there is a village nearby, then you have never set foot in it. You do not know what the village is like, nor how many inhabitants it boasts. You do not know if a calamity, as the mermaid grimly supposed, has struck this land. But if she fears all humans within the immediate vicinity have been laid low by some mysterious malady, then she needn't worry overly on that score. You are still alive. You are not, you wonder, enough to satiate her curiosity with the human realm. Yes, that is true. You are here. I am grateful naturally for your company, although... The lady's malady. Although... Wistfully, the mermaid sighs. I was rather hoping you might be able to bring me some news of the nearby village and its inhabitants. This makes you wonder. Was there a particular person from this village she was close to? So you were able to work that much out, the mermaid answers with a small smile. You're an intelligent one, aren't you? Your past professors would beg to differ on that score. You were always awful when it came to academics, mathematics in particular. You would never get your head around all of the numbers. Your stern, stony-faced math professors used to despair in you. But she is not here. None of them are here. It is just you now, and the mermaid, and she does not need to know about your dismal academic record. You allow yourself a small smile, touched by her compliment, and tell her that it was nothing more than a lucky guess. For a guess, it was remarkably accurate. You are quite right. I did have a close friend from the nearby village. She was very dear to me. Internally, you congratulate yourself on this piece of detective work. How very clever you are. There are many humans in this world of that, I know. The human who spoke with me, however, was special. She was my human. You do not fail to catch the possessive note in the mermaid's voice. And I cherished her dearly. She would come to me on my rock, late at night when she was finished with her chores, and we would talk. I asked her a good number of questions about human realm and about her customs. I fear my endless inquiries must have been rather tedious, but she was always happy to indulge me. She never once scorned me for my ignorance, and neither did she make me feel like a fool. She always made time for me, no matter how many demands she had on her time. She was a farmer's daughter, and she was awfully busy from dawn until dusk, threshing hay and taking the animals out to pasture. She told me of her work, and I marveled at her. Slender though she was, she possessed a truly tremendous amount of strength. I, who had lived in the ocean all my life, cannot countenance working as hard as she did, but she bore her burdens without complaining. She was not the prettiest human who has walked the earth, but that mattered not to me. Her conversation was engaging, and I knew, though our continued encounters, that she meant no ill will. She did not even have a single drop of malice in her heart. The wistful manner in which the mermaid speaks of her friend makes you feel, for a few brief moments, a flicker of some ugly primordial emotion. Could it be jealousy? It is painful, isn't it, to hear others wax poetic about those they hold dear, particularly when you yourself have never been regarded in such an intimate manner. You have for many, many years been woefully alone. But you are not alone now. You are with the mermaid, and she is with you, and though she might prefer to be in the company of an industrious farmhand, the farmhand is not here. Where did she go? Oh, if only I knew. She quite simply disappeared one day, almost as if she had been whisked away by a wicked spirit. That seems like quite the anticlimactic ending for such a close relationship. Did the farmhand not tell her companion beforehand that she might one day disappear? No, she did not. Nothing of the sort happened. It was all very sudden. So you ask, feeling affronted upon the mermaid's behalf, did she not give you any warning? Not a single one. And when you asked, did she disappear? I do not know, in truth. Time is a strange concept to beings such as myself, particularly as it seems to ebb and flow differently above and below the surface. You humans have a strange compulsion to pin down and to place labels upon everything. You have names for your seasons and for your months and even for your days of the week. It is all very precise. We merfolk, however, do not bother with such affairs, perhaps because we live for so much longer than you humans do. We have no need to obsessively document our days, not when we have so many of them at our disposal. This curious remark catches your attention. How long exactly do mermaids live for? A mermaid does not look much older than you do, but you cannot help but wonder. My, nosy, aren't we? The mermaid asks, and she laughs, a soft tinkling sound like that of a bell which makes you blush. Were you being nosy? Perhaps you were. You have always had a thirst for knowledge, not of dry, dusty, academic variety, but of stories peopled with strange persons. I should read more books? Literature was only the subject you were ever any good at. Again, it is hard for me to quantify, but to put in terms a human like you can understand. I suppose we mermaids can live for centuries. Centuries? That is quite the surprise. Perhaps it shouldn't be. You have been subjected to any number of surprises tonight. What is one more to add to the pile? I have not been waiting quite that long, however, for my friend to return to me. I think it has been in but a few seasons. It might not sound like much, but 100 have the voice for book reading? Never before have I been so aware of the passage of time. I have experienced any number of wants during my life, but I have never wanted anything quite as badly as I want to see her. I wish she would sit with me and she would talk to me just one more time. But perhaps I am asking for an impossibility. I've been waiting for long enough now to presume that she will not be returning to me. I fear that something must have happened to her, or to her family, or perhaps to her whole village. You can hear the worry throbbing in the mermaid's voice, so potent that for a few moments you swear you can feel the depths of her sorrow within your own breast. Greenland Sharkia. Her sadness over this human girl is deep, dark thing, almost fathomless. You cannot let yourself indulge in it for too long. Otherwise you fear you might drown in it. Ruefully, you tell the mermaid once more that you cannot help her. You're only a traveler after all. Yeah, the Greenland shark, the pea sharks. Oh. Okay. What do you know of a single insignificant farmhand in a near... Oh. Don't play. Yes, I thought you might say it. It is quite unfortunate, but... Well... I ought not to reflect upon all that I am missing. That would be churlish of me, and it would not be fair to you either. You did not approach me, I am sure, with the hope of hearing about all of my woes. I should be grateful instead for all it is that I do have. I still have my long, long life which stretches before me like a golden cord. Of course I have you now. Does she? Do I not? I ought to go soon before my absence is noticed, but will you not come and visit me again tomorrow night? I think I would like that. I've always enjoyed speaking to humans who make me feel less alone. You cannot help but feel as the mermaid observes you with those enchanting eyes of her, that she does not truly wish to speak to you for your sake. She wants to use you, instead, as a substitute for the farmhand that has been missing so very ardently. The thought stings, though you really ought to be used to it. Still, to be held in lower esteem than a farmhand of all things, it makes your self-esteem sting. You try not to let the mermaid notice this, though. The woes of your past are not her fault, much as the woes of her past are not yours. It is silly in any case to be jealous of a girl who might very well be dead. That is what you tell yourself. It is the only way to prop up your bruised sense of self-worth. You tell the mermaid after a pause, like to see her again. You would like that very much. Oh, thank you. I've been feeling very gloomy for quite some time, but seeing you has invigorated me. Finally, it feels as though I can smile again. Did she not smile, you wonder, after her friend disappeared? I did not have the heart. Without her, the world seemed very dull and drab. Your company has cheered me immensely. This is why I like humans so much. You are not callous and unfeeling like the merfolk who live beneath the water's surface. You are much kinder than they are. If only she knew. If the mermaid was aware, I wonder of how petty you are and how jealous would she still care for you. Well, that is neither here or there. No, this is a trap. You agree to meet with the mermaid, come sundown the following night, then make your slow, stumbling way back to the cliffs and to the cottage you have purloined as your own. Remember, if a mermaid asks you to swim with them, don't. Once indoors, you settle down upon your pallet, and then you close your eyes. The sighing of the wind outside and the distant rolling of the waves against the rocks do not disturb you. You feel, after your midnight encounter of a marish kind, quite at ease, perhaps prematurely so. What happened to the icy fear which prompted your frantic flight through the forest? Where has all that gone? Do you not think you are being a bit complacent? No? Oh well. You will. This narrator. The following morning, when it arrives, is cloudy and overcast. It is not a particularly pleasant morning, but at least it is not raining. That is some small consolation. You rise from your straw pallet, stretching, then glance about the interior of the fisherman's cottage. It looked dilapidated last night when much of it was obscured by the shadows, but it looks even more so when subjected to the morning's light. The cottage's interior has the distinct, disquieting appearance of having been abandoned in a hurry. There's a broken pottery strewn upon the ground, a singular wooden chair, which must have stood by the singular wooden table, is lying on the floor. The doors of the cupboards meanwhile are ajar, the shelves within depressingly bare. A quick search reveals a handful of edibles, but there is precious little to be getting on with. If you wish to live here comfortably, you will have to look into foraging. You ate very little last night and your stomach is empty. It was the malcontented rumblings of your stomach in actual fact which roused you from your slumber. This place has edibles? Man, these edibles ain't shit! But your body seems to be far away indeed, much like the grey clouds which choke the skies. You're not thinking of your own physical... they got them extra munchies. You are dwelling instead upon the events of the night prior. You cannot help but to think of the mermaid. Did you truly meet an aquatic maiden last night during your nightly stroll when you could not sleep? It sounds unreal, especially now that the sun has risen and the shadows from the night prior have dispersed. You cannot quite believe it. It must have been a dream. Well, why, then, can you recall it so very clearly? You help yourself to the scant food and drink available to you, all the while thinking of your next course of action. Now what are you to do? You plan, of course, to return to the shore come nightfall so that you might once again see the mermaid, but the night will not arrive for quite some time. You need to find some means of keeping yourself occupied until then. The uninspiring interior of the cottage does not furnish you with any particular ideas, so you should decide to go for a walk. Your soul still ache after excursions last night, but if you go slowly, you ought to be alright. Is that what you hope, at least? You do not want to spend much longer than you have to in the fisherman's cottage, no matter how cold it might be outdoors. It's almost as cold inside as it is out, and in any case the cottage is far too small. You leave the cottage behind you and set off. You do not know where exactly you are going, but you suppose it does not matter overly much. You do not have any particular destination in mind. Your meanderings lead you to the cliffs, which are steep and sharp. To drop to the shore is a perilous one, so much so that you have to wonder at how you were able to descend the cliffs the night prior to meet the mermaid. You are rather more determined than you ever realized, though I, of course, could have told you that much. You are surprisingly capricious for such a small, slender human. You walk along the side of the cliffs, keeping a sensible distance away from the drop to the shore. You might have survived last night's excitement unscathed, but you do not fancy trying your luck. It would be so like you, really, to avoid a drop to your death in the darkness, only to stumble during the morning's light and take an irreversible tumble. Your fortunes have never been the fairest. Your meanderings along the cliff reveal to you all manner of curious flora. You thought the night prior that the cliffs were weather-blasted, but you can see now that your assumptions were incorrect. There are flowers here very warm and bright like the sun's light during the summertime. Or you think with a flush of pleasure the hair of the mermaid whom you are certain you spoke to last night. These flowers are so very like her hair, it is uncanny. You step towards the flowers, drawn towards them, and sink down to your knees. Tall grass brushes your ankles like a caress, the morning's dew wetting your skirt. Your clothes are getting damp, as are your legs, but you care not for the minor discomfort. You have just had an idea. Why not make a gift for your new friend? You are sure that she would appreciate it. Why would she not? She told you in a voice which was steeped with the lure that she had been feeling lonely. You want to see her again, and when you next see her, you would like to make her smile. It is with this thought in mind that begin to pick the flowers which are growing upon the cliffside. These flowers do not have any thorns, and the delicate stems snap easily enough between your fingers. You take care when plucking these flowers to leave a substantial amount of stem intact. You will need these stems so that you might twine the flowers together. You meant to make for your mermaid a diadem, something she will be able to wear in her hair.
Hello! Welcome in, Raiders! Hi! Welcome in! Thank you so much! Welcome in! Hello, everyone! How are you? What were you playing? A quiet place. Oh, scary game? We're kind of playing a scary game. It starts out pretty nice and chill, but it usually ends in terribleness. So welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. If you don't know me, I'm Princess Bambi. I'm a vampire VTuber. I'm cursed with eternal cuteness and a bit of chronic illness, but still here to serve cake and sass. Whether we're slaying bosses or chilling, bow down peons and enjoy the sweetness. I was trying to do a quiet place. It was going so-so. Not very good. Whoops. I'm pretty much reading a book to chat. We're playing a visual novel. It's a dark Yuri romance. Make sure you get water or snack or drink or sleep or whatever you guys need. Okay, I hope your headache gets better. Or smooches your forehead. Mwah, all better. Get some good rest. Thank you so much for the raid. She's gonna make her a flower tiara. Flower tiara for the mermaid. This tiara is certain to suit her. She is so pretty, anything would suit her. You continue to work slow and steadfast as the weak sun shines. It takes time, but you are eventually able to fashion something you are satisfied with. You only hope the mermaid will feel similarly. If indeed she really does exist. Carefully you park at your makeshift diadem, then decide to forage for some food. You discover during your search some fruit trees whose sweet burdens are enough to fortify your spirits. For the present, at least. It is fortunate, really, that you are so excited about your moonlight rendezvous with the mermaid. If you were less focused upon the future and dwelt more in the immediate present, you might have more of an appetite. The emptiness in your stomach assuaged, you return to the cottage where, you mean to wait for the setting of the sun. There is very little to do, you soon discover, in the cottage, other than checking the cupboards and sweeping the floor, occupations which both feel depressingly pointless. There are no books to read either, which you might pass your idle hours. You do, however, busy yourself with trying to light a fire so that you might ward off the cold. Time is horribly slow in passing, in part because you have precious little to do, but also because you cannot stop thinking of the mermaid. Will she really return to the shore as she said she would? Can you truly trust her? Oh, you hope that you can. If you were not present at your designated meeting place, you think you would die from disappointment. The seconds continue to trickle by, unchecked by any hourglass, and as they do, the sun sinks beneath the horizon. Part of you worries, however, that it might still be too early to search for the mermaid. Will she be there yet? You sit there, your stomach tied up in anxious knots as you listen to the wind which buffets your windows. You hear it. The sound is faint, but you recall it well from the night before. There is a single, solitary voice outdoors, tempest-tossed amidst the roiling waves. The voice is a high, clear one, silvery, if indeed voices can have colors, like a finely polished dinner plate in a noblewoman's home. The voice belongs, of course, to the mermaid. Who else do you know with a voice as angelic as that? Relief begins to bubble up inside you, a relief so potent you feel dizzy from it. She did not abandon you after all. Why, you wonder, did you ever think she would? She said that she wanted to see you. Did you think that mere nicety? Buoyed as if by a gentle breeze, you hurry to the door.
The trembling fingers, they are trembling, I presume, from excitement rather than fear. You seize the handle, then turn it. Then you step out into the dark, inky night. You walk towards the cliffs as you did the night prior, beneath the cover of the inky blue sky, the wind moaning fitfully with every step you take. Your soles still ache from your expedition the day prior, but you are able to ignore this discomfort. It seems irrelevant, really, when compared to the prospect of once again meeting the mermaid. Welcome and thank you so much for the follow. Have some cake. You have known her for only one night, yet she has come to mean more to you than your own well-being. You would do anything for the mermaid if she asked it. Well, almost anything. You hurried down the sharp incline of the cliffs to the shore, almost stumbling in your scuffed brown shoes, which really were not built with rock climbing in mind. So frantic are you in attempts to once again make the mermaid's acquaintance, you very nearly fall. It is a good thing that you still have enough sense about you to regain your footing. Otherwise, this tale would come to a premature ending. Eventually, you make your way onto the shore, then approach the jagged outcrop of a rock whereat you last saw the mermaid. Like the night prior, the mermaid is perched upon these rocks, her fair hair strewn upon her shoulders. When she sees you from across the floor, she ceases her singing and her eyes light up. Or at least they seem to. So you have returned to me, my hero, the mermaid says, and then lightly she giggles. Or should perhaps I say, my heroine. Her praise makes you blush, you do not feel worthy of it. Nobody has ever called you a heroine before. You do not even think yourself as a heroine. If a story were made about you, you rather think that you would be a supporting character, one without her own voice. You are not interesting enough. The mermaid seems to think that you are, though. She is staring at you delightedly, as though you are the one person in the world she most wishes to speak to. The thought makes you tremble, but not as much as the mermaid's gaze. You tell the mermaid that you do not think you are very brave, but she dismisses your awkward remark with a laugh. I think you are. I saw the way you scaled this cliff. I thought you were very heroic. Oh, she saw that, did she? Then did she see how you slipped down the cliffs, grazing your palms in the process, and how you very nearly fell? You have never been the most graceful of girls, but to have your failings exposed before being as poised as perfect as the mermaid. Hi, it's going good, thank you. It's very interesting. It stings a little bit more, in fact, than the resulting grazes on your palms. Your clumsiness wrought you. You tell the mermaid that there was nothing so very heroic about all of that. You were simply excited, that is all, to see her again. You weren't thinking. Well, that makes two of us. I was excited to see you again. She was. Naturally, I had a very good time speaking to you last night. I had hoped that we might resume our correspondence. That is why I came to the rocks a bit earlier than usual. I was waiting for you. Did you hear my song? Yes, you replied with a nod of your head. You heard it all the way in the abandoned cottage. It called out to you. That was the general idea. I was singing for you. She was? You do not think that you are worthy of the mermaid's song, but if she does not mind dedicating her voice to you, then... Well, who else would I dedicate my voice to? There is nobody else to hear me. That is a good point, you suppose. Shyly, you look back at the mermaid. You thank her for a song. It is very beautiful. And you tell her before you can lose your nerve that you have prepared a present for her too. Oh? Have you really? You have. It is a small thing, nothing more than a silly trinket. But if it would not be too much of an imposition, then, with clumsy fingers you reach into your pocket. For a few moments you fret that your near fall down the cliff might have damaged the delicate chain nestled within, but your worries are in vain. The chain is surprisingly sturdy, given it's made with only a few flowers, and it is held firm against the odds. You handle the chain with great care all the same, however, as you hold it out, presenting it for the mermaid's approbation. It was for the mermaid that you fashioned this chain. You thought that it would look nice nestled in her hair. You were pleased with the chain when you first made it, but after looking at the mermaid, you have begun to reconsider. The mermaid's beauty is otherworldly, so much so it almost hurts to look at her. Your flower crown, by comparison, seems a very meager offering indeed. The longer you hold your gift out, the more unworthy it feels. You have a mind, as the seconds elapse, to snatch your silly, wholly unworthy gift back from the mermaid before she can judge you too harshly. But the mermaid's lips curve upwards into a smile, and a voice so full of gratitude it makes your heart throb. She says, "Oh my! Did you make this for me?" "Well, yes," you reply, still feeling a little flustered. "You saw these flowers earlier when you went for a walk. They made you think of her." "Not," you hasten to add, "that you think her beauty is comparable to these flowers. They are far inferior when contrasted with her good looks. You simply thought." You're unable to get the rest of the sentence out, however, because the mermaid interrupts you, not rudely, but with something resembling compassion. Perhaps she pities you. She must be able to hear how your voice is trembling. Can she also see the way your hands tremor? Oh dear. Faint hearts never won the hand of a fair maiden, you know. What happened to all of your confidence? "I think that your gift is a wonderful one. I did not all expect it, but it is really pretty." You look at your feet, too shy to meet the mermaid's gaze. Then you say very quietly that you're glad she thinks so, but she does not need to spare your ego. You have precious little of it left as it is. The mermaid seems touched by your shyness. Perhaps she likes her prey to be self-conscious. Prey? Because she smiles. "I am not simply saying these things to spare your ego. I am not like that. Humans might spout platitudes as easily as they breathe air, but I do not compliment others unless I truly mean it. Is that not the point of speech? To have an honest dialogue with one another? If one party is in a conversation is withholding their true intentions, then conversation is impossible. Playing games is a waste of my time, particularly given my time above the surface is so very limited." Oh. You blush at this more deeply still, and survey the mermaid beneath the full fringe of your eyelashes. Then she really does like it. Did I not just say that? You humans are so very funny. With all your second guessing, she was like that too in the beginning. She? My friend. The mermaid's answer is a simple one, but it makes your stomach clench regardless. Ah yes, her friend. How could you have forgotten about her? She used to make me gifts too, you know, gifts like this one. She would pick flowers on the cliffs over there where I cannot tread. The mermaid gestures one hand to the cliffs which tower above the shore, tall and imposing as though to stab the sky above. And she would fashion them into crowns like this one, and bracelets. I was appreciative of her tokens, though she was similarly shy when she first presented them to me. "Hi, I'm good. How are you? My day is going very well." She did not seem to think very much of her handiwork. You and her are remarkably similar, really. There is no guile in the mermaid's voice, but her words have rather taken the wind out of your sails. Of course, the cowherd gave the mermaid gifts. Why would she not? The mermaid is beautiful. This is a pretty chill stream. It has some dark undertones, but otherwise very relaxing. She is so very beautiful, like a tutelary goddess. She seems to invite tribute simply by existing. Were you more religious or more irreligious maybe, you might even consider worshipping her. Though in essence, is that not what you were doing with your flower crown? How silly of you to think that your idea was an original one. I might be accustomed to gifts, but it has been a long time since any human has bequeathed me with anything. This is a pleasant surprise. I am truly thankful for your kindness, dear one. The mermaid leans forward on her rook, so as to pluck the circlet from your fingers. Her benevolent smile all the while is unwavering. And now that I look at your gift more closely, I rather think it is of superior quality to the gifts my old friend once gave me. Now this is enough to make you start, if the touch of the mermaid's fingers upon yours was not. It's a Yuri visual novel that's dark. The last one had the Princess Ada's. It takes a dark turn. It is horror. Yeah, it's but it's a lot of gay panic. Would your silly gift really be better than those she once accepted? I think so. Starts with lesbian panic, ends with lesbian panicking. Exactly. I think so. My friend's trinkets were all rather clumsy in execution, though I cherished them nonetheless. They were very precious to me. They did not last for very long, though. Not when I took them with me to my home beneath the ocean. The water soon rent the fragile links between the flower stems asunder. Your diadem, however, seems more sturdy, but it is, by the same token, very delicate. You must be very good with your hands. You think back briefly on your disastrous sewing lessons in the past, of your numerous failed attempts to thread your needle while the other girls giggled at you, and you blush. You think the mermaid's praise might be a touch too elusive. You tell the mermaid as much, but she only laughs. I do not think so. Now! The mermaid places your floral trinket upon her head, over her long, fair hair, then surveys you in a manner which seems almost coquettish. What do you think? You think that the mermaid looks radiant, though it is less because of your gift and more because of her natural looks. You tell the mermaid this, though not in terms quite this glowing, and she giggles. You're selling yourself too short. I think your gift is lovely, really. The flowers rather match my hair. Yes, you answer with a nod of your head. That is why you picked those flowers. She is all you have been able to think of. I'm glad that you've been thinking of me. In truth, I have been thinking of you, though I did not wish to say as much. No? No, it would be embarrassing to confess how much I've been looking forward to our reunion if you did not feel similarly. I do not care to pine from humans from afar. But if you care for me as I do you, then it makes me feel less alone. You hasten to assure the mermaid, your face aflame. Do you ever stop blushing? Goodness gracious, that you do care for her, very much so. You have not known her very long, but she has certainly made an impression upon you. She is such an easy conversationalist, the time simply slips by when you are together. And it does not hurt, of course, that she is so pretty. I've heard it said, yes, that my looks are rather appealing. My old friend was similarly complimentary. I cannot blame you humans for being so taken with me when my form is so very graceful. Your legs seem rather cumbersome in comparison to my smooth, sleek tail. It must be so very depressing to lumber about on land as you do, living your days beneath the harsh sun and the cool, unfeeling moon. Sometimes I rather think I pity you. But the surface is a good deal brighter than it is beneath the ocean, I will grant you that much. You agree with the mermaid, still feeling flushed that there are some perks to having legs, an agreement with which makes the mermaid giggle. I'm certain there are, though you cannot explore the ocean's depths as I can. I presume you have never tried it? You shake your head, no. You had never thought to do so, largely because you have never been so close to the sea before, not in all of your life. You did not have much opportunity for nautical exploration in the past. You were not allowed to go anywhere near then, save the local church. It was quite a lonely existence. Well now, that is a pity. You were kind enough to give me a gift fashioned from flowers which grow where I cannot reach them, so perhaps I ought to return the favor. The favor? Yes, that is right. It would seem only fitting that I give you something which can only be found in the ocean's depths. Perhaps we could look at it as a form of cultural exchange. Oh no, you protest, your eyes wide. You couldn't possibly put such a burden upon her. You did not give her a gift after all because you wanted to receive anything in return. Anything other than your friendship, that is. Her conversation is more than enough to satisfy you. You do not need any physical presence on top of that. The mermaid does not seem convinced, however, by your naysaying. She raises on one eyebrow, even in this gesture is performed elegantly, and says, If my company is all it takes to satisfy you, then you are easy to please indeed, but please do not rebuff me. I am offering because I wish to do this. Remember what I said, I do not say things for the sake of it. Well, you murmur, she really doesn't mind. Of course I do not mind. Now wait here. I will not be very long. It would be rude to abandon my new friend in the midst of a conversation. The mermaid turns her attention towards the clear, mirror-like water, which shimmers beneath the moonlight. And then she dives. Her body arcs elegantly through the air, her long, slender limbs cleaving through the surface of the water with nary a ripple. The mermaid's face is first submerged, then her torso, and at long last her tail. The water rushes forth to envelop her as though it has been waiting for her. It subsumes her. It swallows her. Then she disappears from view. The mermaid is gone, but you are still there. Well now, what are you to do? There is nothing that can be done, you suppose, save waiting. You stand there for several moments, watching the black water against the shore. The breeze howls mournfully like a wounded animal as it buffets your hair about your face and your torn skirt around your legs. Time elapses, but how much of it, while you stand there fretfully feeling as ostentatious as a maypole. When will the mermaid return? Will she ever return? You are starting to worry. Is that all you do? When? Look, over there, by the rocks upon which the mermaid once sat. The water is rippling. It looks as though your new friend has returned. The mermaid pulls herself onto the rocks, using a surprising amount of upper body strength, and smiles at you. I apologize for the wait. I hope I did not make you worry. You were worrying, but you're not half so honest as the mermaid. Mermaids might be spoken as of devious tricksters who lure sailors to their deaths, but they are nice in actuality, very sincere. They are much more sincere than most humans. Perhaps that is why your kind fears them so. There are few creatures who inhabit this world whose capacity for lying is greater than your own. You tell the mermaid that you are not worrying, and she answers with a wry smile. I'm not so sure about that. The mermaid is wilier than you are giving her credit for. She has seen straight through you. But no matter. It took me some time, but I was finally able to retrieve your gift. I do not have the means to turn it into a pretty piece of jewelry as you did with the flowers, but I wish to give it to you nonetheless. I do hope that you like it. The mermaid leans forward, then holds her gift out towards you. Her slender fingers unfurl about it like the petals of a flower being folded back, and... oh, what a pretty gift it is! The ocean might be dark indeed, and cold and unfeeling, but the same cannot be said for the object who glitters upon the mermaid's palm. She has fished from the depths of the water a beautiful shell, one which shimmers prismatic colors beneath the moon's light, much like the scales on her tail. The shell is so very pretty, it quite takes your breath away. You look at the shell worriedly, your teeth biting your lower lip. That is a bad habit, you know. You will make yourself bleed. Then ask the mermaid if this is really alright. Have a good shower, Mason. Would a gift like this not be wasted on you? Of course not. I want you to have the shell because it makes me think of you. It does? How so? I thought it would be obvious. The shell is a lovely find. As are you. Oh. Did she just call you lovely? Surely you must have misheard her. You can scarcely believe it. This is an awful lot for you to take in, but... Now why are you gawping at me like that? The wind will change, you know, and then your face will be stuck like that, which would be quite a shame. You would waste your good looks, which for a maiden such as yourself would be nothing short of a tragedy. It seems as though the mermaid really does think you are pretty after all, the mermaid with her smooth skin and her fair hair, and her fair, fair hair. You could scarcely believe it. There is something almost laughable about the mermaid's compliments. How could she call you pretty when her looks are so immediately, obviously superior? Tongue-tied, you look at your feet. Potato. You do not know how to reply to the mermaid. You have half a mind to refute her words, to tell her that you are not that pretty, not really, but you fear that might look rude. You do not want to rebuff the mermaid's well wishes. There is nothing for it then but to take the shell which the mermaid retrieved from the ocean's depths. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome and have some cake. Potato. Potata. Potato, patata. You do not think you are worthy of it, but neither do you want to refuse it. Now, that is a surprise, the mermaid says, amused, as you reach from the shell. I did not think you would be bold enough to take it, not without more coaxing on my part. You have exceeded my expectations. What a good girl you are. Your heart flutters with this praise, and it flutters all the more when your trembling fingers brush against the mermaid's palm. He presses the shell into your skin, and your own fingers tighten about it. The shell is sharp and pointed, and it digs uncomfortably into your skin. It hurts. There's pleasure in the pain. This too feels like a gift from the mermaid. You do not want to spurn it. Even pain can be a precious thing when dealt by one whom you care for. Can it? You never knew that before. You hold the shell to your heart, which is beating in a regular rhythm, and look at the mermaid. Then very softly you thank her. It's quite alright. It seems only fair after you shared part of your world with me. I wish to share a part of my world with you, too. Humans cannot normally descend beneath the ocean's depths, and even if they do, they cannot remain there for very long. You are far too fragile. Would that I could, I would bring you with me to my underwater kingdom where we might be together. The mermaid's The mermaid's melodic voice trails away, suffused with something resembling melancholia. She sighs. Then she shakes her head and smiles. But this will have to do for the present. Please take good care of that shell. Look at it from time to time and think of me. That would make me very happy indeed. Part of your world. The days pass, following this nightly encounter with your aquatic acquaintance with an almost intolerable slowness. You endure the hours of sunlight as best you can by going for long, bracing walks amid the heather, foraging for berries and fruits among the hedgerows. You even, when you have mustered up enough courage, take an old fishing line and covered in the fisherman's cottage and try your luck by the shore. Your initial attempts at angling are without success, but as the time passes, your proficiency in the art grows. Sometime after you take up your rod, you find you are able to catch the odd fish here and there, small, scrawny things mostly, but the meat goes a ways to bolstering your rudimentary diet. You teach yourself how to remove the scales of these saltwater fish that you have captured and how to gut them. You learn, too, how to cook them over a simple fire. Sometimes you skewer these fish of yours on spikes and roast them slowly, innards and all. You are able to sustain yourself well enough during the day, though the faint pangs of hunger you experience never quite go away. Your physical discomfort, however, is secondary when compared to your desire to visit the mermaid. Your days might be dull and drab, but your nights, comparatively, are made of magic. I wonder if she could just ask the mermaid for food. It is only during the night that the mermaid emerges from beneath the waves, and when she does, you hurry to her side. You have never before had anybody who took so great an interest in you, not until you met the mermaid. That is why she has grown to mean so very much to you. She is the first friend you have ever had. But if you do not temper your obsession accordingly, I fear she may very well be your last. You care little for the potential danger, however, which lurks beneath your interactions with the mermaid. You want only to show the mermaid how much that you value her, and you hope within time that she will come to value you too. If you keep seeing her, surely she will stop thinking of her human friend whom she lost so suddenly. That is your plan, at least. Fortunately, your self-serving wish to grow closer to the mermaid seems close to being granted. It's about to take the turn, I feel. Your nightly conversations when you greet her come easily enough, the words tumbling from your mouth like a thread. You have grown rather comfortable in the mermaid's company, and she yours. She must have for it not long after you bequeath your diadem of flowers to the mermaid that she looks at you, then posits a curious question. I was wondering, dear one, whether you would find on
Baby!
I was wondering, dear one, whether you would mind indulging me. I know this might seem not like an appealing proposition, but I thought it would be remiss of me not to ask. I have seen some of your world, for I have sat on the shore for many, many nights hence, but yet you seen nothing of mine. It seems unfair that I should know some of the world that you inhabit while you know so little of my own. So, would you care to come with me beneath the ocean's wave? There is much that I wish to show you, sights that I cannot, I fear, be accurately represented in language alone. Words can be awfully stifling when it comes to the communications of experiences such as this. It is quite the florid speech, but at the heart of it beats a simple, earnest request. The mermaid wishes to bring you beneath the ocean's surface so that she might show you her home. You are flattered initially that the mermaid wishes to show you something so personal, but after this flutter of flattery, there comes the uncomfortable sense of unease. The mermaid might feel at home beneath the water's surface, but what of you? You are a human girl with two awkward, ungainly legs, and you were not made to live under the sea. You frown and mistrustfully look at the ocean. It is late at night, as it always is when you speak to the mermaid, and the water does not look blue. It appears instead to be obsidian. The waves moan as they break against the rocks, which jut out of the shore like a mighty dragon's bones. They sound angry, violent almost. Salty sea spray arcs through the air, caught in the moonlight, it shimmers sharp as knives. Hesitantly, you take a step back. You are a little afraid of the sea. It is so restless, so deep and all-consuming, it reminds you of a hungry monster. You have never submerged yourself beneath the ocean before. You have never had the opportunity. You do not even know how to swim. You are fearful for your own safety should you consent to dive beneath the undulating meniscus of the water, but do not look so frightened, dear one. I will be with you, and I will not let you go. You have my word. Shyly, you glance at the mermaid. She is still perched upon her rock, her hands folded neatly upon her. Well, she does not have a lap, not really. You are still afraid, but the mermaid's reassurance does help. Has she not told you numerous times that is she nothing if not honest? You trust her not to break her word. She will not leave you beneath the waves, abandoning you to a cruel, lonely fate to become the food of so many fish. Of that you are certain. That is why, despite all of your misgivings, you find yourself nodding your head. If that is what she wants, then you will accompany her. You are interested too in what lies beneath the ocean's surface out of sight. Oh, I knew that you would agree. Thank you very much for humoring me. I will endeavor to make the next few moments the most memorable you have ever experienced. Now, would you care to come with me? I shall be your guide. The ocean's depths might be dark, but I will not let you get away from me, I promise. The mermaid extends her hands towards you, a hand which seems to cut through the moonlight just like a blade. The moon's celestial rays play against the mermaid's upturned palm so that it shimmers. The mermaid's hair, too, is glowing, backlit by Celine's glow so that she almost looks like an angel. Her beauty is such that for a few moments you cannot do anything, neither step towards her nor back away. You feel frozen in place, rooted into the sand like some shore-growing tree. You still do not understand why the mermaid has taken such an interest in you, but an old adage does occur to you. You ought not to look the gift horse in the mouth, or ignore the pleas of a graceful, dignified mermaid. You reach out, your arm shaking like the skinny bough of an ancient tree, and find the mermaid's hand with your own. The mermaid's fingers curl about your own, her nails. Only now you notice how sharp they are, digging into your skin. Though the mermaid herself looks very soft, her grip is surprisingly strong. You do not think if she willed it, you would be able to get away from her. But why would she want that? She does not mean you any harm. Now let us be on our way. There is much to see in my underwater kingdom. I cannot wait to show it to you. The mermaid turns towards the ocean, as do you. A brief moment passes, one during which you allow yourself to stand there, your hand claimed by the mermaids as the wind buffets your hair and your skirts. You inhale deeply. The smell of the salt is heavy in the back of your nostrils, so much so you could choke on it. It is not a particularly pleasant smell, but you have grown accustomed to it after living in your tumble-down cottage by the shore. It is nostalgic almost. You have a vague feeling as you stand on the precipice between your world and that of your aquatic companions that you might never again be able to smell the salt in the air like this. That is just a silly supposition, though. You are being foolish. The mermaid will turn you back to the surface in due course, will she not? You hope that she will. You, unlike her, cannot breathe underwater. You open your mouth, meaning to ask the mermaid about this fact, but you are not afforded the opportunity to speak. The mermaid has already shifted, her fingers still twined about yours. She dives forward, her body slicing through the surface of the water like a knife, and you, inexorably, are dragged along with her. The water rushes forward to meet you in a sudden, shocking rush. The mermaid's descent might be graceful, but yours is anything but. You do not know how to position your legs, and your limbs feel awfully ungainly. The shock of the water as it touches your skin, meanwhile, is intense. You did not think that the water would be this cold. No, it's not just cold, it is freezing. It feels as though all the warmth has been sapped out of your skin. If your head was not already beneath the ocean's wave, you would gasp from it. You do not gasp, however, you cannot. You have already been submerged. Your body no longer feels as though it's your own. Your hair is unspooling behind you like a thread, and your skirt is fluttering. Your body rocks to and fro as though being soothed in a mother's arms. It is a curious feeling, but it is not wholly unpleasant. If only it were not so cold down here beneath the ocean's depth, you might find it relaxing. It is dark under the surface of the water yet, but you have not ventured so very far, not yet at least. The glow of the moon cannot penetrate its depths. Your surroundings are illuminated, though faintly, and thanks to this precious illumination, you can see the schools of fish swimming about you. Their scales all glisten as they arc through the waves like rainbows. They do not look like life forms. They appear instead to your fairy tale adult mind to be ancient relics brought to life through strange arcane sorcery. They are pretty. No, that word is not significant enough. They are beautiful. You did not know as you stood upon the shore how very full of life it was beneath the water's surface. You did not know either how very beautiful these aquatic denizens of the deep were. You have never seen fish like these before, not in real life. You have memories, vague, hazy memories of dissecting a fish once in a particularly gruesome biology lesson, but it feels like a very long time ago now. You would far rather think on the present than dwell upon the past. The seconds pass, and as they do, the mermaid continues to swim, leading you deeper and deeper into the ocean's depths. While you once were close enough to the surface that the moon's light could still slice through the waves, now it is so very dark you can scarcely see. Your vision is beginning to blur. You can feel an uncomfortable pressing weighing down on your inert body. You have descended, you realize, with a ripple of anxiety too deep. Humans were not meant to descend into these depths. The water, once cold, now feels freezing. It caresses every inch of your exposed flesh as if to sap what little warmth you might still possess. You shiver, and when you do, you swear that you can hear your teeth chattering despite the water which stops your ears. The water is stopping up your nostrils. There is so much water down there at the bottom of the ocean. It is endless. The mermaid might be able to breathe underwater, but you are not so very fortunate. Your body is far less sophisticated than hers, and it requires oxygen with which to furnish your body with continued strength, not salt water. The thought of trying to inhale the endless waters which surround you makes you shudder. You would rather not attempt it. You do not have gills. When will the mermaid take you back to the surface? Surely she must know that you have fast begun near your limit. You have been under the water for too long. It is too cold. It is so dark now. In any event, you cannot see much of anything. The joy you once felt during your underwater adventure has begun to dissipate, just like the last of the oxygen you still possess. It is time to return to the surface now, but how are you to communicate to this mermaid? You cannot speak, and she is not looking at you. She is staring instead fixedly at something beyond your comprehension, something far away, perhaps in the underwater gloom that you cannot see. Not knowing what else to do, you try to pull your arm free from the mermaid's grasp. You hope that this will signal to her that she has grown too carried away in her endeavors, that she ought to cut short your expedition and return you to the shore. The mermaid does not react, however, your attempts to escape her. Her grip does not slacken as your hand hoped from about your wrist. In fact, it is quite the opposite. It feels as though she is gripping you more tightly than she was, as if to prevent your escape. But why would she do that? You tap on the mermaid's shoulder to get her attention, a gesture which prompts her at long last to turn. Her fair hair billows about her suspended in the water like a shroud. Then she says in that calm, measured, incredibly reasonable voice of hers, "Yes, dear one, what is it?" If you could, you would open your mouth to reply to her, but alas, you are a human girl, not a fish. You cannot speak underwater. Any attempt to do so would accomplish naught save filling your pretty little mouth with water. The mermaids really ought to have considered that before she started to ask you questions. But your comfort seems to be the last thing on the mermaid's mind. She smiles at you gently, delicately, then says, "I understand. Being underwater for so long must be beginning to take its toll. Do your lungs feel like iron? Are they heavy?" She does understand your woes. You might not be able to seek suspended as you are in the dark, murky depths, but communication is not wholly impossible. You nod your head empathetically, hoping that this will be enough to make your distress apparent, but yes, that will happen. It is a natural part, or so I have heard, of drowning. Not that I have ever had the opportunity to experience it for myself. I am incapable, you see, of meeting my demise in such a manner. Now what was that? What could she mean? "I mean," the mermaid answers, can she read minds, "that this was calculated act upon my part." Forgive me, dear one, but the moment you consented to sinking beneath the water with me, your fate was sealed. Your lungs will be flooded with water soon enough, then you will die. It is not a pretty way to go. You needn't worry about your corpse bloating, disfiguring, or being eaten by fish, though. I will take very good care of it, I promise. In death you will look lovely, almost angelic. Is that not what you always wanted? You do not know what the mermaid thinks it is exactly that you want, but you think she is laboring under some severe misunderstandings. You would like to try and correct her. You do not want to die, but of course you cannot open your mouth. What a pity. Well, at least it saves me the effort of transcribing your dying pleas. I doubt they would be particularly interesting. If you want to know why I am doing this, then I would not mind obliging. I have no secrets to keep from you. Other than the secret, perhaps, that upon your first meeting she had nursed within her cold fish's heart the desire to bring your watery murder. You might have liked to know that before you agreed to sink beneath the ocean's surface with her. I am only doing this because I have no choice. The other girl I liked, after all, the one whom I adored, disappeared. She went away, and I was never again afforded the opportunity to see her. You remind me of that girl, though you do not much look alike. You do not act very alike either. But you are both humans who, despite your delicacies, have no shortage of determination. How your kind is able to live when your lifespans are so very short and you're susceptible to very many diseases is a mystery to me. Though my lifespan far eclipses your own, I am far sturdier. I cannot help but marvel at the tenacity of you humans. I know that if I were fragile as you, I would not be able to exist in this world. I would be far too afraid. I would see my own death lurking behind every corner, just as you can see your own death looming before you. It is not so very far away now. You can feel it coming closer and closer and closing its cold, icy fingers around your throat. You humans are incredible. I cannot help but respect you, weak and pitiful though you are. She respects your tenacity so very much she wishes to extinguish it? That does not make very much sense. Perhaps my words are confusing you, but it makes perfect sense to me, at least. My beloved cowherd left me. I do not know where she went or what happened to her. Perhaps she was murdered by bandits. Perhaps she contracted a horrible disease. Perhaps she simply fell and cracked her skull. I do not know. I will never know. For many, many days and many, many nights, her disappearance tormented me. I could not help but wonder how it came about, but there were so many possibilities I could not imagine them all. This thought terrified me. It still does. That is why I'm going to take you to my underwater kingdom with me. There we can live together forever. Nothing will be able to tear us apart then. I will brush your hair, and I will dress you in the finest pearls found from the bottom of the seabed. It will be lovely, much, much lovelier than any sort of miserable existence you might be able to eke out above the water. In my citadel you will never be attacked by bandits, nor ravaged by diseases. You will be quite safe, I promise. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, have some cake. Quite safe, yes, and quite dead too, surely. Well, yes, that is the only unfortunate aspect of my plan. She considers your death nothing more than a mere misfortune. The mermaid might be surprisingly cold after all. But perhaps you ought to have predicted this. She is part fish. Are fish not cold-blooded like lizards? You probably learnt this at some point during biology class, but your lessons are beginning to feel very faint and very far away now. Your body is beginning to fail you. You cannot take much more of this. It is a necessary sacrifice, though. If we are to be happy, I'm doing this, you know, for both of our sakes. I do apologize for checking you, but please try to understand. I really have been lonely. You would be more inclined to sympathize with her, perhaps, if her loneliness was not ushering you in your inevitable demise, for you're too preoccupied with your dwindling reserves of oxygen to feel much in the way of anything for your captor. You can feel the pressure of the water against your eyes. They are beginning to ache. Perhaps you are crying. You do not know the water masks much of your anguish. You have been drifting underwater for almost 3 minutes. That is a remarkably long time to go without any air. Your vision is beginning to cloud. Your surroundings, already dark, look darker, still, unpleasant, and obscure, and not at all like the paradise the mermaid promised you. The pain of being suffocated slowly is far stronger and far more oppressive than the sensation of the mermaid's hand wound tightly around your arm. Is there no escape for you? The prognosis. The prognosis. Hi, Mayday. What a time! Welcome in! Don't worry, we're just slowly drowning. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, you're playing a princess game too? What's Slay the Princess? That's funny. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi. If you don't know me, I'm Princess Bambi. I'm a vampire VTuber. I'm cursed with eternal cuteness and a bit of chronic illness, but still here to serve cake and sass, whether we're slaying monsters or chilling. Bow down, peon. Enjoy the sweetness. Hello. Was the game good? Prognosis. The game was pretty fun. There was a new update. I wanted to check it out and play it again. Okay. I can't remember. Is it a scary game? Is it like a normal game? Prognosis, I am sorry to say, is grim. Your fate, as the mermaid said, really was sealed the moment you met her, luxuriating on the rocks beneath the moonlight. Oh. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your ultimate untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or you will try to fight against it? And once again, we have to choose to either accept it or fight. I guess we'll just say fight for now, and we can look at what accepting it does. Again, save. I can't save. I can't go back once you get to the. Oh wait. Let's go. Yo, I've never played a visual novel before. This is my first visual novel, if you believe it. That's so cool that you knew that, though. Let's do accept your fate, because we know that's the end. That is a bit of an anticlimactic answer at this juncture in your life story, but I suppose it would be remiss of me to lecture you too much. I'm sure you're all aware of what a terrible series. I'm sure you are well aware of what a terrible series of decisions you have made. There's no need for me to belabor the point. That would be boorish, not to mention tedious. I'm rather tired of scolding you. So instead, I think I will content myself with loving you. What? You thought in your death the mermaid was the only one who would be able to cosset you? I know I have said this before, but you really are naive. You cannot escape me, even if you are at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. How is the narrator? We didn't get eaten this time. I was so sure that they were all gonna end in eating it. I like that look on your face. It's a look of full determination, the same determination which first prompted me to take an interest in you. I can tell that you are not happy with this ending. You did not come all this way after all to drown. That is quite the indecorous demise, regardless of how many fine stones and shells the mermaid means to twine through your hair after your death. It's good that the creator has a diverse taste in how they get murdered by monster girls. Yes, I agree. I'm thrilled. If you wish to carve out a new story for yourself, then I would be only too happy to indulge you. Just try not to get on the bad side, or good side of any homicidal naiads this time. The drowning of fair maidens is something of a cliché. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? I drink more water. So you want to go to the village. Good idea.
Yeah, I can't stop. I can't stop. I need to know.
Let us see what further trials await you there. The night is far from over, as much as you might wish it was, and there is still much and more to discover. I wonder what will happen next. Can't stop, won't stop. You follow the path which leads to the village, supporting yourself on weary, aching limbs which feel ready at a moment's notice to snap at the knee beneath the burden of your weight. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. You only hope as you continue to run that you will find suitable residence in which to rest at the village. You do not know what will await you at the village, but you have visions as you run of a quaint, scenic settlement, all thatched cottages with sloping roofs. Surely there will be a kindly peasant who would be willing to put up a young runaway for a few nights. You can imagine, too, the face of this kindly peasant from the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. She will be broad-shouldered and ruddy-faced with dull brown hair crammed beneath a hat. Her arms will be sturdy from many years of washing clothes and milking cows, but she will be kind to you and compassionate, just like a mother. You do not know what mothers are like. You hardly ever spoke to yours. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Peasants do not, as you know from your voracious reading, have much money, nor do they have much food. It might be hard to convince a resident of the village, even the kindly washerwoman of your fantasies, to take in a complete stranger. Still, you must try. That is all you can do, really. So you run to the village. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally you manage it. How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. I did not say that time had begun to lose all its meaning. The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It's still cold, though, and still foggy. It is still dark, too. The sun has yet to rise. I wonder what monster girl will be here this time. You can see the moon more clearly now, though as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the village nestled among the hills like a diorama. Hope anew bubbles within you. You have finally made it. Surely not, but your salvation awaits you. You follow the winding dirt path to the village, looking this way and that. But your hope, such a precious, fragile thing, soon begins to fade. The village up close does not look half as welcoming as you imagine. There are cottages, yes, but they are in a state of disrepair. There are holes in the roofs and holes in the windows. Most of the doors are tightly shut, but the others are gaping open, the kitchens beyond them even darker than the night sky which shrouds you. There are no lights on in any of the windows, and neither can you see any people, insomniacs like you, at them. You could not hear anything either beyond the sound of your own footsteps and the low, mournful sighing of the wind. The village is quiet, quite quiet, eerily so. It is immediately obvious, even to a naive girl such as yourself, that something terrible must have befallen this village. You know before you try your luck at one of the houses that nobody will answer you. There will be no kindly red-armed washerwoman to welcome you here, no matter how much you wish for it. But that does not stop you from wishing regardless. Your knuckles rap smartly against the wooden door. Your efforts soon prove, however, to be in vain. There's nobody here to hear your entreaties. How very sad. You try another door, then another, but the result is the same, regardless of how many doors you rap upon. Nobody answers you. How could they? There's nobody there. Once again you have found yourself all alone. At least you have found some dwellings in which you can rest your weary head. Will you utilize one of these cottages for your purposes? Nobody is here. You might as well. But no, an abandoned cottage is not what you are looking for. You would rather have companionship, would you not? Bravely you swallow your tears. You wipe your eyes with the back of your arm in a well-practiced motion. Then inhale. You square your shoulders. And you keep on going. Surely the village cannot be completely deserted. There must be one person here at the very least who can help you. That is what you are thinking as you resume your search. You flit from cottage to cottage with precious little to show for your determination until you make yet another discovery. The village, with its squat thatched cottages bathed in the moon's glow, has a church. Well, of course it has a church. The villagers who once dwelt here were not godless heathens. Not that their faith did them all that much good in the end. Still, the sight of the church soothes your overtaxed heart. You were so focused on your fantasies of a kindly washerwoman taking you in, you did not pause to entertain the fancy of a kindly nun doing much the same. All hope is not lost. You approach the church, which seems to tower over you despite it being so humble. The church is a small one, but as sturdy it must be, for it has withstood centuries, forever standing sentinel on this hill like a relic from a bygone era. The church does not have any stained glass windows, but it does not need them. Even with more luxurious trappings, the church still exudes an aura of dignified solemnity. Godless heathens! The stone building is fringed by a sizable graveyard, one which occupies the rest of the hilltop and some of its sloping sides. The graves, which have been planted by generations of wardens, are home from a similar stone to that which the church's walls are made of. Some of the gravestones are shaped like lozenges, while others are shaped like crosses. A handful of headstones are even shaped like angels, though these are few and far between. There are very few people in a village such as this one who can afford such luxurious final resting places. You look at the tombstone with an almost childlike curiosity, forgetting in your examination of the visceral, heart-rending fear which gripped you as you ran through the forest. You are out of the woods now, and you have subconsciously already begun to relax. You try to read the names hewn into the myriad of tombstones, but it is dark, and you are tired, and some of these graves are very, very old indeed. You strain your eyes, but you do not have much luck in this endeavor. Oh well. Such superfluous details are not important. You eventually tire of examining the graves in turn. This graveyard is an expansive one, unusually so, given the village itself is so small. How can it boast so many corpses, and there's much to explore? You walk about the perimeter of the church, casting your gaze first here, then there, then everywhere, consumed as you are by your immense all-encompassing curiosity. And as you do, you see her. She looks like an ordinary girl, small and scrawny, just like yourself, but she is much, much more than her unremarkable appearance might suggest. For some moments you observe her, hiding all the while in the shadow cast by the church like a furtive lizard clinging against a rocky edifice to shroud itself from the sun. There's no sunlight here, though. There's only the night sky and the stars and the moon. Beneath the moon's light, a silvery implement the girl is clutching shimmers. It takes you a few moments to see what it is that the girl is clutching in her hands. It is not until you see her manipulate it, its sharp edge biting into earth, that you understand. It is a shovel. The girl is standing in an isolated corner of the churchyard late at night, and she is digging a grave. Well, you suppose she could always be digging a hole for the sake of it, but her work seems much too precise for this to be the result of a mere whimsy. It is drawn a little odd, isn't it? Like that looks like it's bent. It is hard for you to see her face, given the distance between the pair of you, but her posture is one that speaks of supreme concentration. She moves slowly and mechanically, like a woman on a mission, driving the end of a shovel into the earth over and over. I wonder if it's a mistake or on purpose. Her motions are regular enough to be repetitive. There's something hypnotic almost in the manner in which she attends this task. Should you risk interrupting her? Do you dare? You get the feeling that she would not appreciate it. The shovel in her hands, meanwhile, is rather hefty. If she wished it, she could cause you no small amount of damage with it. Cold anxiety makes your skin prickle. You do not know if you should risk speaking to her when she is in her dark cloak with her shovel. Looks so very strange. But what do you have left to lose? You have come this far. It would be folly to turn back now. It is with this thought in your mind that you decide to approach the strange girl. Your footsteps are quiet. You have grown accustomed to slinking around like a cat, but they are not quiet enough. The girl's senses must be finely tuned because she blinks. And then she turns. Your eyes meet, and once they do, you feel your breath catch in your throat. You did not have a clear view of the girl before, concealed as you were in the shadows. But now she's looking at you and can tell that she is pretty. Her skin is very smooth and her hair, though obscured by a dark hood, is very fair. Her eyes, meanwhile, are clear blue like ice. Those eyes of her, which are large with unease, are fringed with very long, fair eyelashes. I feel like this author has a type. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. She is simply too perfect to belong to this world. Perhaps she is some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination. But no, she is none of those things. The shovel she is clutching in her hands looks solid enough, its pointed tip glittering wickedly in the moonlight. You steel yourself, expecting perhaps some sort of outburst. But the tension soon drains from the girl's slender shoulders. Her fingers, which once were gripping the handle of her shovel, tightly relax. Her lips curve upwards at the edges. She is smiling, and what a smile it is. It is transformative. When she smiles, she looks radiant, angelic almost. Hers is a smile that is suffused with the light that your eyes begin to prickle from it. You are so relieved you almost feel as if you could cry. It would not be the first time you have wept during this night, and neither would it be too surprising if you did. You have been through a lot. You must be exhausted. The girl holding the shovel seems to realize this because she bridges the distance between you cautiously, as one might approach a skittish cat. Then she says in a rough voice which does not match her dainty appearance, "Well, she does live in a rural village. What are you expecting?" "Oh, it's so good to see another person. I was afraid I was the only person left alive, the only one in the whole world." Now this is quite the elusive greeting. Her introductory speech is riddled with exclamation marks. She is rather more personable than her apparel would make one suggest. You, a well-bred young lady, cannot help but feel overwhelmed. It's your turn now to be on your guard. Anxiously, you observe the girl with the shovel and ask her what she means. What happened? Oh, you don't know? There's an awful lot you don't know, so much in fact that it would fill a whole encyclopedia. No, a whole library. You shake your head, ashamed at your ignorance, and the girl frowns. You mustn't be from around these parts. I guess I should have known. This village is a small one, and everybody knows everybody else. The girl's expression falls. At least they used to, back when there was still people to know. That ain't the case now, though, not after the plague. There was a plague? That would certainly explain why the village, when you walked through it, was so quiet. Did everybody else succumb to this mysterious illness? That's right, it's just me here now. I've not seen another human being in a long, long time. It gets so lonely here. Now that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the girl takes a step towards you. Oh, but where are my manners? They must have gotten rusty after being on my own for so long. My apologies, miss. You look like you've come a long way. You said you were a traveler, yes? And your hands are very cold, just like ice. Would you like to come inside? Maybe have something warm to eat and to drink? My home's small, I'm afraid, and my food ain't nothing fancy, but I'd be more than willing to share. It's not every day another girl stops by, especially not one as pretty as yourself. I'm feeling very blessed. The girl laughs a carefree, airy, soft laugh which does not match your initial impression of her. You thought when you saw her among the graves that she would be more distant somehow and more mysterious. Perhaps you are mixing her up with somebody else. You are still unsure if you can trust this girl, but her invitation is an appealing one. It is much more appealing, certainly, than spending the night outdoors in the cold, hipping on the graves. What are you, a romantic poet? Please. You make a show of pondering the girl's invitation. At the very least, you do not want to appear too eager, but you acquiesce is at last an inevitability. Why would you ever refuse her? She is the first friendly face you have seen all night. Without her, you would be all alone. Your hostess leads you to a small, humble home located but a stone's throw away from the church, built in the shadows of a twisted, towering sycamore. The girl's home is in such a state it seems a folly to even call it a home. Hovel would to you be a more appropriate descriptor. But when your hostess leads you inside, her eyes alive, and she says, "Here we are, home sweet home." You don't have the heart to tell her that you don't find her home very homey or very sweet. That would be incredibly rude. As a guest, you ought to be more appreciative. Half-heartedly, you look around your newfound surroundings. The ceiling is supported by wooden joists and is perilously low, not so much so that you are in danger of bumping your head, but just enough to feel claustrophobic. Night-night, Mason. Thank you for all your help tonight. There's a fire in the corner, though it is not consigned to a grate. The fire instead is blazing in the open, a circle of logs set alight like a scene from a witch's kitchen. Above the fire hangs a silvery pot suspended from one of the wooden eaves. Other objects of interest are hung from the eaves, iron implements you take to be cooking utensils, various herbs and strips of meat left to cure. The smell of cooking fills the air, mingled with the sharp, sour scent of unwashed bodies. How, you wonder, does your hostess clean herself? You do not see a bathtub anywhere. Perhaps she does not possess one. The girl's home is unremarkable in every regard, but it is, you suppose, better than nothing. At least there is a roof over your head and food to put in your belly. The girl looks to the pot suspended over the fire, which she gives a stir with a ladle. Then she brings the ladle to her lips to taste whatever concoction she has brewing within it. You can only hope that she is not like the weird sisters from that famous play, brewing a broth with finny snake fillets. Yes, I think this is just about done, the girl says to nobody in particular. It's just She sets the ladle down back into the pot and looks to you and smiles. You know, do you want something? It looks as though you've come quite a long way and you must be hungry. Those words were like music to your ears, even more divine than the trumpets of God's most loyal angels. Did you notice she has skeleton marks on her arms, and it kind of looks like that might be a knife. You're so hungry you could eat a horse. Not that there are any horses in the immediate vicinity. You express your interest to your hostess, who smiles in response. I thought you'd like the sound of that. Just give me a few moments. I'm in the bone zone. Your hostess retrieves 2 earthenware bowls from a cupboard with rickety hinges into which she pours 2 hefty helpings of whatever it is she's cooking. This she serves with bread, which is so hefty it could be used as a murder weapon. It's not much, I'm afraid. It's only soup and bread. It should take the edge off your appetite, though. You thank your hostess with her hospitality, your stomach rumbling all the while. Soup does not look like anything you would typically consume, but the soup's poor presentation does not dissuade you. It is true enough that people eat first with their eyes, but when one is hungry enough, one becomes obliging enough to eat almost anything. Why else do you think that people, when stranded upon desert islands, will resort to cannibalism? Humans are creatures of necessity. You like to wrap yourself up in pretensions, but in actuality you are not much better than animals. You are so hungry your stomach is achingly empty that you certainly descend upon your food like an animal. Your teeth glint, your incisors gleam, and soon you have consumed all that your hostess has offered you. Your hostess watches while you eat and giggles once you have finished. Did you enjoy that? Oh. You catch your hostess's gaze, suddenly abashed. You were so hungry you failed to account for her judgment. Now you have some food in your belly, though, and now you've been suitably warm, your old self-consciousness is returning. Did you not make a fool out of yourself? You demur shyly, looking at your lap, fearful all the while of what your hostess might think of you. You do not want her to take against you. Fortunately for you, however, and for your fragile ego, your hostess is not a judgmental sort. She's not like the girls you grew up with. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's nice to see my food being appreciated so heartily. I know I'm not the best, but I'm practicing for a long while. I used to cook for my father all the time, you see. The remark catches your attention. Quizzically, you look at your hostess, your abashment over your animalistic eating habits suspended. What happened to her father? It seems a grim thing to contemplate after having eaten, but didn't your hostess mention something about a plague? Yes, your hostess says, her soft voice now unserious. That's right, there was a plague. And what of the villagers? What of her father? They're all gone now. Gone? Yeah. You see, your hostess rearranges herself upon her chair, one slender leg folded over the other, and she begins her tale in earnest. My family has a history. We lived here for centuries by the church, so we can tend to the graveyard. So this abode is centuries old then. It would certainly explain the dirt. My father used to prepare bodies for burial back when he was alive. He built the coffins and he dug the graves and he lowered the coffins into the dirt. I know it might sound like an awful job, but somebody's got to do it. There's no sense averting our eyes from death, not when it happens to the best of us. It's a noble profession, one that's been handed down in our family for generations. My father's father was a gravedigger, and so was my father's father's father, and my father's 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 father. Digging graves is in our blood. It's who we are. My. That was a surprisingly pretty speech coming from a girl who lives in the countryside, a girl who is without much in the way of education. It is apparent just to listen to her and the way she slurs the syllables together that she's never had an elocution lessons, not like you. There's determination, however, to her, and a pride in her genealogy which gives her a respectable aura. You cannot help but be impressed. So you ask your hostess, does that make her one in a long line of gravediggers? Yes, your hostess, the gravedigger says. That's about right, though. I'm never supposed to be a gravedigger myself. It's not a woman's profession, that's what everybody says. My father didn't mind that, though. He taught me everything he knew, and then some. I might be a woman, but I've plenty of upper body strength. I can dig a grave just as well as my father could, without breaking a sweat. To the despair of my mother up in heaven, I'm sure. I'm sure if she were still alive, she'd rather I focus on more feminine pursuits, like basket weaving or sewing, to better attract a suitor. Not that would do much good now. There's nobody around who'd court me, not for miles and miles. And what happened to her mother? She died when I was very young, during childbirth. I was only 5 years old. Oh, well. You can relate to her at least upon this point. Your parents are not dead, at least not as far as you are aware, but you have not seen them in an awfully long time. They sent you away as soon as you were old enough, and they never once bothered to check up on you. For many years thus have there been no letters, nor any visits. You offer the gravedigger your condolences. You do not know if they will help, but you feel like you cannot say nothing. That would seem heartless. The gravedigger, however, does not seem too upset by this turn of events because she smiles, albeit somberly. It's alright, it was ages ago. I don't remember her too well, and I never really had the luxury of sitting around and feeling sorry for myself. I had too much work to do. Around the house, you ask? That, too. I was the oldest child, so it's my job after my mother died to manage the sweeping and the cooking. Oh, and looking after all of my siblings, too. You blink, intrigued, and glance about your hostess's humble lodgings. You do not see any siblings in the immediate vicinity. Where could they be? The gravedigger must have noticed your roving eyes. You are not being exactly subtle, because she shakes her head. I had siblings, 2 younger brothers. They're both gone now. Oh, you should have known. You apologize to the gravedigger for your lack of tact, but she does not seem upset by this faux pas. Don't apologize, it's not your fault. My brothers weren't long for this world anyway. The youngest, he died when he was still a babe, and the oldest, he died before he reached double digits. I was upset about it at the time, of course, but I've come to terms with it. Life's a fleeting thing in the wicked old world. This something you learn in this trade, digging graves, I mean. I've dug graves for the elderly and the infirm, but I've also dug graves for the young babes still in their swaddling clothes. That's the nature of death. It comes for us all in the end, no matter how old we are, no matter how much money we have, no matter how good or bad we've been. It's the great equalizer, or so I've heard. A chill creeps down your spine as you listen to your hostess's speech. She is not wrong, but the inherent mortality of all humankind is not something you wish to contemplate. It is too disturbing. For the longest of times, my family was a small one. It was just my father and me. That was fine. It was how I liked it. I was very happy, even our lives weren't the best. I've never had any fancy clothes to wear, so we can't dine on the finest of foods. In the grand scheme of things, we ain't anything that special, but I've always felt otherwise. I felt that I was blessed. We knew hardship, of course, and famine, but that's just the way of life around here. When food supplies were low, we always helped one another out. I had my father, but I also had the rest of the village. They all looked after one another, and things always worked out in the end. Morning, XLR. At least they did. Until the plague happened. Yes, she had mentioned a plague. You had been wondering when she was going to return to that topic. You suppose that the plague is the reason that the village as you traversed it was so very empty. You'd suppose right. The plague tore through the village. I don't remember when. It feels like it was a while ago. But maybe it wasn't all that long after all. It feels like I've been on my own for centuries, but... Your hostess's eyes begin to cloud over. She looks as though she's entrenched within her own memories. What could she be remembering? You've never seen a plague before, though you have heard of them in your history lessons. And your history professor was quite enthusiastic about the subject. She talked about piles of dead bodies stacked upon the streets and stacked up in wooden carts, come to be taken away with no shortage of aplomb. She was a strange woman, your history professor. I'm waiting for her to say, drop the name. They've done it a couple times. They say it in the beginning. When you first meet them, creatures. They're all monsters. The plague came on so very suddenly, there was no warning. One day everyone was fine, and the next, they were all dead. It was with no small amount of anxiety that you eyed the gravedigger, then you asked worriedly, sure they could not have all died. It's not an exaggeration? Oh, if only. I wish I was exaggerating, but it's the truth, honest to God. The people in the village died, one after the other, just like that. I saw what the plague does to people firsthand. My father was one of the first people who caught it. I think one of the bodies which came through that they buried must have had it. Not that I know for certain, I'm just guessing still. My father didn't have an easy time of it. His skin turned all gray and clammy, and he complained of a horrible fever. There were night sweats and stomach cramps. And then there was the boils. Boils? Pustules. They were like the size of eggs, and they were full of pus. When they burst, it stunk. The whole house was full of it, the stink of death. The wise woman of the village came to see if she could be of any use, but it was no good. My father was too far gone already. She took one look at him lying on his deathbed and shook her head. She said she didn't want to get any closer. I can't say I blame her. It was a ghastly sight. I didn't appreciate it at the time, though. It felt like she was turning her back on us. I wished her ill. I remember that after she left. Until a few days passed and she fell sick too. Then I felt bad for cursing her. I couldn't help but worry if it was all my fault. It's silly, I know, but... The gravedigger closes her eyes. She seems to squeeze her lids together until her lashes melt like flakes of fallen snow. Her shoulders, which are very slender, are shaking. She looks as though she might, at any moment, fall apart. It wasn't long after that the rest of the village fell ill. They all had the same symptoms as my father. The clammy skin and the fever and the boils. Boils grew, and then they burst, and then they died in screaming, stinking agony. My father died too, only 3 days after he fell ill, but I think even that was 3 days too many. I didn't want my father to die. Of course, I did everything I could to help him, but it was all pointless. None of my herbal salves had any impact. I couldn't make a blind bit of difference. All I did was stand about his bedside, tell him it'd be alright, until his eyes sank into his skull like 2 black stones and his mouth dried out. Shit. Oh my god. What a name. During that last day before he died, he might have been a corpse already. He didn't look at me, didn't speak to me, he just lay in bed with his eyes closed, groaning. I'd never wished any ill on my father before, but during those moments The gravedigger squeezes her hands, which are resting upon her black-clad lap, into fists. She trembles. Then in a voice throbbing with awful emotion, she says, I wish he'd just died. Well, based on her anecdote, it does not sound like she had overly long to wait. I wonder if she would consider that a silver lining. No, perhaps not. The gravedigger is still shaking. She will not cry, will she? You hope not. Awkwardly, you look at the gravedigger. You are not sure how to soothe her, but you know you must make some sort of an effort, even if it is not a token one. You've chipped upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. I understand her with this one, unfortunately. I have personally had to watch somebody I was close to pass away, so I know what it's like to be when they're suffering, to just wish that it was over. As dark as that is. You shift upon your chair, which feels very cold and hard beneath your thighs. Then you say very softly that you are sorry. It is not much, but it is all you can think of saying. You had thought initially that your situation was comparable to that of the gravedigger, but now you can see that it is not the case. Her suffering has far outstripped your own. Not that the suffering is a competition, of course. Your apology feels inadequate to your ears, largely because it is, but the gravedigger seems not to mind it. She is very big-hearted, that girl, to smile at you no matter how foolish you might be. Do you really deserve such kindness? Oh, again with the apologies. It's alright, like I said, you didn't cause any of this. I'm not upset at you, I'm just recounting what happened is all. I do wonder though why I never fell sick myself. I thought I was going to die, so I'd already prepared for the Reaper to come and take me away. But maybe he wasn't interested. Maybe he'd already satiated his appetite on all the others. That, or maybe he thought he'd have to leave me alive for practicality's sake. With my father gone, who else would tend to the dead? I was the only person left by the end of it all, so I had to bury the people in the village. They're all resting peacefully now under the earth where the plague can't reach them. On the one hand, I'm happy for them. They were able to escape from all their suffering. When I think about all the people I've lost, though, the gravedigger tenses, and she sniffs. When I think about the kindly washerwoman who helped me scrub the mud of the dirt from my clothes. Aha! So this village did have its fair share of washerwomen after all. It seemed your earlier insistence upon this particular point was not without merit. And the handsome young farmhands who used to flirt with me. The priest who preached at the church who told us wonderful tales of paradise. And the children who would skip stones on the lake and play hopscotch in the streets. I can't help but to feel so lonely. The gravedigger's eyes begin to shine once she has finished her address with tears, but she does not let them fall. She is being very brave, much more so than you are. Anxiously extend a hand towards her, meaning to... what? Give her a hug? You do not know her well enough. Pat her head? That would be infantile. Squeeze her hand. Perhaps that could be misconstrued as a romantic overture, and that is the last thing you want. Infantilizing? Thank you. I'm reading good. I could read. Yay! Thank you for the hydrate. You've endured more than your fair share teasing over that. You sit there for a few moments, paralyzed by indecision as the gravedigger poorly suppresses her sniffles. In the end, you let your arm drop back to your side, your hand rests upon your lap as yours full of damp kindling. You do not know what to do with it. You do know what you ought to say something, though, to show that you heard her plight and that you care. You do not know what the something should be, however. No words could ever console the gravedigger. They would never be enough. They can offer some balm, however, to the bereaved, and so after a pause just long enough to be awkward, you offer your condolences. What else can you say? Oh no, the gravedigger replies, wiping a few stray tears away with the back of her arm. It's alright. I've grown used to it, really, being on my own. I mean, it ain't so bad, really. And I'm not alone now, at least. I've met you. You'll keep me company, won't you? Well, what can you say to that? You aren't callous enough to trample this poor girl's hopes, are you? You know full well yourself how awful that feels. You can do nothing but nod a response which makes the girl smile more widely still. That's wonderful. I know you're just a traveler, her passing through, but I can offer you bread and board until you leave. I have food enough in a spare bedroom. I can make it up for you right now. I'm out of here, Bilto. You must be tired of your long journey. Just give me a moment. The gravedigger rises to her feet in a flurry of excitement, then retreats. You watch as she departs, a little too eager to please, and frown. The girl's home is a small, humble one with low ceiling and slanted walls. You cannot imagine such a small dwelling possesses a spare bedroom. The so-called spare bedroom is in all likelihood the room her father slept in before the plague carried him off. You do not think that you would much like to spend the night in the room of a dead man, but what choice do you have? You are tired, wretchedly so. Why, is it all you can do to keep your eyes open? While you were running through the forest, desperate to escape your pursuer, you had no thought in mind beyond finding some safe sanctuary in which you could recuperate. Now that you have found said sanctuary, it would be unreasonable to find faults with it. You ought to learn to be more thankful for what you have. There are many, many people in the world with less. You rise and follow the gravedigger once she has finished her preparations to her so-called spare bedroom, which is every bit as cramped as you feared it would be. I mean, if the house is old enough, all the rooms are the rooms of the dead. Yeah, exactly. At least there is a bed, which comes as something of a relief. The rest of these lodgings are so humble you were half expecting a straw pallet. As tired as you might be, you cannot lie to yourself. You have no desire to sleep among the hay like an animal. The sheets of a bed are clean too, a fact you discern with a cursory glance, though you will not be expected to sleep upon the sweat-soaked linen of a plague-ridden man. After all, this really is your lucky day. I got you this too, the gravedigger says somewhat shyly as she hands you a folded gown to sleep in. I thought it might become in handy. Your own clothes are, a little shabby. You can say that again. Your skirt is covered in mud and the hem is torn and ragged. This is a nightgown and one of my old ones, so it's suffered a bit of wear and tear, but I hope it'll fit alright. It's clean if nothing else. You accept the nightgown from your benefactress with words of thanks. You want to sound appropriately appreciative, but you cannot mask your fatigue. Weariness overcomes you and you yawn, a fact the gravedigger does not fail to notice. Oh, begging your pardon, I don't want to keep you. I'll be making myself scarce. If you need anything, though, don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to help. The gravedigger bows her head to you like a drudge, then hurries off, closing the door behind her with a thud. Tired though you are, you soon find that you rather miss your hostess's company. In the face of her good-natured smiles, you could almost forget all your hardships have hitherto endured. I can't imagine what this person is going to do. Like really. Like, everybody else, it kind of feels like you saw it coming. The only thing I can think is we get sick or something. In her absence, however, your lodging feels almost unbearably cold and inhospitable. You suppress a shudder, then unclothe yourself. You work as quickly as you are able, but your fingers are cold and they fumble with the buttons of your blouse. It takes you more time than you would like to complete this endeavor, but you soon have your shirt and your skirt dispensed with. You actually can't? Or is that facetious? You are too tired to fold them neatly, so you do not bother to fold them at all. Dampy? Instead, you cast them carelessly upon the floor, as defiant as a sulky child, and pull on your new nightgown. Your hostess's earlier warnings were apt enough. It is quite worn, but it fits well enough. It is more comfortable at least than your old uniform. You have endured worse. Merely dressed and ready for bed, you loosen your hair from your braids and settle down among the sheets. It is with you It is with a sigh you extinguish the weakly flickering candlelight which burns on your bedside, and with another sigh that you lay your head down upon your pillow. Though physically exhausted, you have to wonder whether you will be able to sleep at all. You can recall your previous dash through the forest in such vivid detail your heart is still pounding. That fear is yet to leave you. Perhaps it will never leave you. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has suffused itself into your bones, into your very being. Hey, we're not feeling complacent. Like, actually can't. Like, I've heard of undead gravediggers like Dampy, but nothing malicious. Oh, I've never heard of a Dampy. That's funny. Dampy Bampy. Bampy the Dampy. Your terror was such, it almost feels as though it has suffused itself your bones into your very being. A Dampy is from Zelda? Is it really? But your exhaustion is greater than your worldly anxieties, and soon it claims you. Okay, but in the other stories, the fear, left us, right? It's from... Oh. I thought it was an actual monster type. You guys stink. We gotta play Ocarina of Time. I don't remember it. I gotta play Ocarina of Time. It's so bad. We gotta get to it. Snap, Bampy. Bampy forgets a lot. But okay, hear me out, right? Okay, so the other ones, she was complacent about her fear, about the forest and stuff. She forgot about it, but she's not forgetting about it this time. Your eyelids fall shut and your breathing inevitably begins to even out. It is not long until you are spiraling through the dark, deep abyss lost in Morpheus's kingdom. Hang on, more drinks. But your sleep, despite your wearied state, is not as restorative as you had hoped. Your imagination has always been overactive. Even at the conservatory, you are frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. If you guys are liking all this reading, I wonder if you guys would like Final Fantasy XIV if I played it. We could have a Final Fantasy XIV day. Maybe I can get something you guys can do on the side or something. Close. No. You imagine? Colin was so upset. Colin was so upset about it, though. Your imagination has always been so overactive. Even at the conservatory, you were frequently beset by dreams of the most vivid nature. Me too, bestie. The dreams that you have this night, lying beneath unfamiliar sheets upon an unfamiliar bed, are no less intense than usual. In your dreams, you are back at the conservatory, the place where the adventure of yours began. You are wearing the crisp white blouse you once discarded, and your gray, unremarkable skirt. Your hair is tight and braids, and your eyes are downturned, forever focused upon your feet. You tried not to look at your classmates and thought to yourself fortunate if they did not look at you in return. You did not want anybody to notice you, until that awful winter, that is, where everybody stopped paying attention to you for good. Nobody tried to trip you when you walked past them in the hallways. Nobody, in fact, so much glanced at you. All of a sudden there is no malicious whispers, no wicked laughter, no pulled hair, and no thrown objects. You were giddy with relief at first over this newfound means of tormenting you that your classmates had devised. What this little game, that of complete and utter disregard, continued on and on and on as the days grew shorter and the nights grew longer. As the time passed, you began to fret as to the state of your own corporeality. Would anybody still see you? Did you even exist at all? Then, at long last, you found it, quite by accident, the source of all your woes. One of the girls had erected in its in the forest through which you were sometimes bidden to jog for PE class, beneath the shade cast by an old oak tree. It was a makeshift tombstone, a small, meager monument made of stone, upon which of your classmates had hewn a name. Man, this girl was bullied. Like, hella bullied. Your name. You knew at once as you stood there, standing beneath the shade of that ancient tree, that this was the reason behind your classmates' silence. This is why they had, for many months, been ignoring you so assiduously. They had buried you. In their hearts, you had already died. Your eerie dreams notwithstanding, you sleep more comfortably than you had anticipated. When you awake the following morning to the sweet chirping of birdsong, you feel rested, albeit woozy. Your head is aching. It is nothing, however, that a cup of hot tea cannot fix. You stumble into the kitchen in your nightclothes, your hair loose and your feet bare, and the gravedigger turns to you. She looks at your face, which is pasty, and your under eyes, which are dark, and exclaims in a manner of one accustomed to solving problems, not complaining about them. Oh, you look awful! I think you need something warm to drink, and maybe you need something to eat, too. Let me get started on breakfast. Man, that anime messed me up. And that is exactly what she does. She gets started on breakfast, which proves to be quite the simple affair, nothing like the luxurious food you were accustomed to in your past life. The bread is hard enough to break your teeth on, and the cheese is a bit too strong. It is food all the same, though, and you do not complain. Your stomach was beginning to grumble. Where did they get the food? Where is the food coming from? The tea is unoffensive, at least, and you drink it gratefully. You thank the gravedigger girl for her hospitality, and she smiles at you in return, a sunny smile like a field of blooming bellflowers. It's no problem. Don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything else, she says, words which come to symbolize your relationship. You stay with the gravedigger for many more days, and limited through your means by be, she always tries to help you. The gravedigger sets you chores about the house to keep you occupied, a fact for which you are grateful. You need to do something to keep your mind off your frantic flight through the forest. You can almost forget about it now during the day. During the night, however, it returns to you, the sound of your feet against the foliage and the swirling fog. When you sleep, you are assailed by nightmares. Sometimes you awake after midnight, the sheets twisted around your body and your mouth, gaping open, and paroxysm of terror. Gosh, Barry. Though you try to tell yourself otherwise, you are still afraid. Being with the gravedigger makes you feel less so, though, particularly when you are sweeping the floor or keeping an eye on the bread loaves so they do not burn. You attend to most of the domestic chores, while the gravedigger concerns herself with the work she knows best, that is, digging graves. Her dogged persistence when it comes to the pursuit intrigues you so much so that you cannot help but pose a question to her, one particular morning when the sky is festooned with clouds. Why, you ask her, perhaps a touch insensitively, do you continue to dig graves? There's nobody left after all to dig them for. You have always been practical, and you cannot see the point in it. Oh, what's the point in it? The gravedigger ponders a while, holding her precious shovel to her chest. Fortunately, she does not seem upset by your question, despite its bluntness. You would count yourself lucky, her temperament is so very placid. I don't suppose there is any point to it, really. The gravedigger eventually says with a small smile, I know it doesn't have any particular purpose, but I treated a detective and looked for gravedigger monster and got this gravedigger as a monster jam truck that's known for its crashes and reputation. That's funny. I know it doesn't have any practical purpose, but I don't... But well, digging graves is what my father did. He showed me how to do it so I continue his legacy. My father wanted to keep our family tradition going, and I suppose I want to do the same. That's all there is to it, really. That's all it is it? You think you can understand that? Though your companion's actions might appear to be illogical, there is a kernel of reason nestled amongst them. She doesn't dig graves out of any sense of purpose, she does it instead out of sentiment. Besides, I have to do something to keep myself busy, don't I? If I spent my days idling all on my own, I think I'd go mad. The gravedigger laughs at this as though the prospect of her own madness is amusing. Her laugh, despite her slender stature, is not particularly delicate and reminds you, perhaps unkindly, of the braying of a horse. Horse girl! You're ashamed of thinking such a thing, though, and your face flushes with the guilt of it. You cannot all be well-bred young ladies, you know. Still, the laughter of the gravedigger as it echoes through the grey, gloomy sky is strangely desperate. It sounds forced. Her smile, too, is a touch unnatural, the rictus grin of a corpse. You find, despite your attempts to return the laughter with a polite giggle, that you cannot help but pity her. You retreat indoors briefly after you talk with the gravedigger, then set about some simple chores. The gravedigger trusts you well enough to manage sweeping the floor, a task which does not take particularly long, and the preparing of the meals, a task which takes slightly longer. It is not until much later, however, once the sun has already sunk beneath the horizon and the moon is high in the sky, that the gravedigger returns from the outdoors. She is windswept after many hours spent exposed to the elements, and there's dirt caked beneath her fingernail. The gravedigger removes her cloak, which she hangs by the door, then looks at the pot suspended over the fire, a fire which you stoked with your own fair hands. The scent of cooking food, that of garlic and onions, fills the air, suffusing the interior of the kitchen in a homey aroma which makes your stomach rumble. Taking stock of this, the gravedigger smiles at you, a toothy smile which, despite her status as a lowly peasant, is surprisingly clean and bright and white. Thank you so much, dear one. There's nothing like returning home after a long day's work. Day's work to find dinner ready prepared. Now let me give it a test. The gravedigger dips a spoon into the soup, then brings it to her lips. She blows upon it. She then places the spoon into her mouth, the wooden utensil clacking against her teeth. What? Why are we saying no? You observe this with a touch. Every time they call us dear one, we die. You observe this with a touch of anxiety. Will she like the food which you have prepared for her? You have cooked for her before in the past, and she's always very complimentary of your efforts. We're going on without a fight. Cooking is not your forte, however. You never had to concern yourself really, growing up in a relative comfort as you did. You think that you enjoy this rural, rustic mode of existence more than you did any of the privileges of your past life. It's lesbian cottagecore. At least now, with the gravedigger, you have a steadfast friend, a staunch ally. When you are with her, you are not alone, and it is worth its weight in gold. The gravedigger explains after drawing the spoon from her lips, her smile bright. Guile... These words, I suck. Guileless one. It's delicious. Your face flushes at this compliment. You are unaccustomed to receiving them, and it makes you feel good. Shyly, you ask the gravedigger if she truly means that. A query which makes the gravedigger smile. Of course I mean it. You've become quite good at cooking, really. That is a relief. You're not very good at all this cooking malarkey in the beginning. You did not know how to handle a knife, nor how to peel a vegetable, and you cut yourself more than once. You bled into the soup on several occasions, but never once did you throw this solid soup out. The gravedigger lives a humble existence, and she cannot afford to waste her precious ingredient. Your soups during your stay have all been seasoned with the slightest hint of iron. Today's soup, however, is marked step above all the rest. You did not cut yourself with the knife even once. Maybe your companion's compliments are not empty fluff. Maybe you really are improving. This soup should be ready to serve. I have some bread too that we can eat with, but oh, I should brew some tea too, let me. I guess the tea, you knew that you were forgetting something. You were so focused on the soup, it must have slipped your mind. Your face flushes yet again at this oversight, and shyly you offer to correct it. Gravedigger, however, waves your quest aside. No, it's alright. You made the dinner, so I'll brew the tea. It's only fair, and it won't take all that long. Would you mind serving up the soup while I'm busy? Of course you would not mind. You do enjoy making yourself useful. For a lady, you are awfully domestic. You work alongside the gravedigger to finish your nightly meal, and together you serve it, soup and bread, along 2 cups of piping hot tea prepared by your hostess' own 2 hands. You sit together at the table, then partake in the simple fare after saying grace. The soup really is quite good, despite it being made from only the most commonplace of ingredients. There's a bit lack of kick to it, and it warms you from the... There is a bit of a kick to it, and it warms you from the inside out. Now I want soup. The tea, meanwhile, is very soothing, so much so it makes you feel rather sleepy. I would like to sit with the gravedigger for a while longer and tell the stories that you have sometimes in the past or play cards. The nights are long and there's no better way to pass them than spending time with her. Games of old maid, alas, will have to wait. You are too tired for it. You do not know what has happened, but after consuming your victuals, you feel utterly fatigued. You explain your predicament to the gravedigger between your yawns, and she nods in response. That's alright, you don't need to stay up with me, not if you ain't up to it. You should out off to bed and rest that pretty head of yours. You do not think you are particularly pretty, but you presume that the gravedigger is just regurgitating a phrase to use. She does not truly mean it. How could she? She is far prettier than you are. You thank the gravedigger for her understanding, then rise from the table. You retreat to the spare bedroom on trembling legs, then change out of your clothes. You have only just slid into your nightgown when you hear the rapping of knuckles upon your door, light and obtrusive. This rapping could, of course, belong to but one person. It is the gravedigger come to check up on you. I'm sorry, the gravedigger says, her voice soft, but you rushed to your room so soon after eating I couldn't help but worry about you. Would you mind if I took a look at you? I just want to see if you're alright. The gravedigger is trying to keep her voice steady, but you can hear it's wavering regardless. She really does sound concerned, so much so she could very well be on the brink of tears. You do not want her to cry for you. You would feel horribly guilty if you upset her, even inadvertently, given all that she has done for you. You bid the gravedigger entry into your room, therefore, without further delay, an invitation she hastens to take. The door swings inwards with a creak, and there your hostess stands, still attired in her black clothes, a stark contrast to your pure white, well-off white nightgown. The gravedigger looks at you seated and bare, with your hair freed from your unusual braids and exhales. Is that relief, you wonder, playing about her face? But why? What was she expecting to see exactly before entering your bedchamber? Thank you for letting me in, the gravedigger says, toying with her fingers. How do you feel? Not too terrible, you reassure her. There are no particular problems with your health, you just feel tired. Are you sure you're not sick? Your face does look a bit pale. That would be nothing out of the norm. You're always pale. True. Now, is there anything I can do for you? Would you like something warm to drink, or maybe a hot brick to place in your bed? It should keep you warm. You appreciate your hostess's thoughtfulness, but you reassure her this won't be necessary. You will be fine. I hope so. I thought that about my father too before he... Gravedigger begins, but her voice soon trails off. She does not finish that thought. She does not need to. You know, now, what she's thinking of before she entered your bedroom. Cold, clammy skin, a sweating brow, rank oozing pustules. You think upon these symptoms, which are eerily similar to those recounted during the Great Plague which one beset your own country, and you shudder. If you don't want anything, then I'll be on my way, the gravedigger said, but before that, this just was a fancy on my part, but I was wondering, would you mind if I brushed your hair for a little while? Your hair? That's right, it's such a pretty shade of red is all. I just thought, well, it's just a fancy, really. You don't have to let me, not if you don't want to, but I thought it might help you relax if you're feeling under the weather. I've heard it's supposed to be soothing. That is what the gravedigger says, but you have a distinct feeling that she is the one looking for solace here. She is not quite so selfless, perhaps, as she would like you to think. but she has been so very good to you and has done so very much for you that you do not want to begrudge her with a small self-indulgence. You rather think she deserves it. You agree, therefore, to her request, and upon doing so, you are sure you have made the right choice. Your hostess's face lights up immediately in a manner which makes you blush. Oh, thank you. It'd be my honor. Now let me fetch my brush. The gravedigger retreats from your room in a hurry, but returns soon after, holding in the right hair and the promised brush. What could happen? What could happen? What is going to happen? Why? The artifact acquired, the gravedigger then settles herself upon your bed by your side. She looks at your hair for a few moments, her expression pensive. Then she announces that she will begin. Gravedigger leans in. The wooden frame of the bed creaks under her weight, a creak which melts with the sighing of the breeze outdoors. You can feel the bristles of the brush running through your hair. It is soothing enough, so much so it makes you shiver. The sensation is a pleasant one and somewhat nostalgic. Did your mother do this for you, you wonder, when you were a little girl? If she did, it must have been when you were a very little girl. You have not seen your mother in quite some time, not after you enrolled at the conservatory. Oh, you have such lovely hair, dear one. It's soft, just like silk. Not at all like mine. Mine is so coarse. The gentle voice draws you out of your vague, half-formed reminiscence. It sounds as though the gravedigger is lost in nostalgia of her own, because her voice, when next she speaks, is dreamy. I think my mother used to brush my hair like this for me, back when she were still alive. That must have been a long time ago, though. It is funny you think, as the bristles of your brush continue to slide through your tresses, that you and the gravedigger could both be reminiscing in tandem about your respective mothers. Perhaps there is something maternal in the act of brushing one's hair which is wont to summoning forth such images. I would not know personally. I can't remember my own mother at all. I don't think I liked having my hair brushed very much, the gravedigger continues, her breath warm against the exposed nape of your neck. My mother used to complain that I squirmed too much. I can remember that. She always told me to sit still, though. It wasn't my fault I squirmed. She used too much force. Now this is curious. It sounds as though the remnants of the gravedigger are not particularly fond after all. Did she not get along well with her mother? I can't rightly say, the gravedigger replies in some somber sort of voice. I was young, like I said, when she died. I really don't remember her too well. But I don't think she ever had that much time for me. She was too busy with all the cooking and the cleaning. Oh, and looking after my baby brothers. But she had time enough despite that to brush your hair. She did what she felt she had to make me look presentable. Not that it really worked. I wasn't like the other girls in the village, you see, who liked to sit indoors with their mothers, and so I'd always loved the outdoors. My father said I inherited that from him. Ruefully, the gravedigger smiled, not that you can see it with your back facing her. My mother said I wasn't very, maidenly. She didn't like that I always traipsed around outside after my father, watching as he dug graves. She said it wasn't appropriate, like I was some sort of princess wearing a fine dress. Gravedigger snorts. I used to be a bit muddy, yes, and maybe I did get burrs in my clothes and knots in my hair, but it shouldn't have mattered. When I can't eat, I'm always hungry. Get food, get snack. Oatmeal's a really good late-night snack. It's not like I ever had any hopes of marrying a prince, no matter what my mother said. But still, she hoped. She had lots of hopes, my mother, high hopes. I think she might have resented my father maybe for working such a menial job. Our profession is an honest one, but it never made much money. I think my mother was hoping for fine jewels and dresses and... oh, I don't know, she always had ideas. Her head was full of fairy tales. It was a shame, I suppose, that her reality didn't match up to what she wanted. I didn't match up to what she wanted. The bitterness in your friend's voice is unmistakable, so much so you want to console her. What would you say to her, though? You never met your companion's mother. You never will, either. Her cold, inert body has been lying in the graveyard, buried beneath a tombstone for over a decade. You have no way of ascertaining whether your companion's mother truly cared for her. You do have intelligence enough, however, to understand that poorly thought out condolences can cause more harm than good. You would not like it if people tried to reassure you that, of course, your father loved you really. If he loved you, then why did he send you away from home? Why did he never send you any letters? You know he was worried about his finances, but that seems a poor excuse to pretend that his only daughter did not exist. As for your own mother, meanwhile, she was nice, at least you think she was, but she was woefully ineffectual. Though she was, nominally, an adult, she always cleaved before your father's judgment. You think that she was afraid of him. You do not try to tell the gravedigger, therefore, that her mother loved her, but she must have done, else she would not have given birth to her. Instead, you sit there letting the brush run through your hair, and you say quietly that you understand. Sometimes you feel like a disappointment yourself. Well, the gravedigger says after a pause, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I guess it happens to all of us. You guess so. Parents are only people after all. While one could hope one's parents would be kind and attentive, they too can fall victim to caprices of their own. Just because one has brought a child into this world, it does not mean one will be able to take care of it properly. Not all parents are responsible, just as not all people are responsible. It is a painful subject. Oh, well, it's alright if my mother never liked me, or if she never loved me. I know my father did, and that's all that matters. He was always there for me, no matter what. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. She winces. At least until he wasn't. He died. And I didn't do a thing to help him. Your companion's shoulders are beginning to shake. You still cannot see her, but you can feel her body convulsing. You can sense her loneliness rolling off her in waves. It is all-consuming, like the waters of a deep, dark ocean. Grief anew pierces your heart, not on your behalf, but for the sake of your benefactress. She does not deserve to suffer so much. This you have no qualms with telling her. You turn to face her and pluck the brush, which has been hovering in the air inert from her fingers. Then you let her know that her father's death was not her fault. What could she have done? She could not have cured his illness. I know, but I can't help but think, what if? I keep racking my head over and over, trying to come up with something. But I can't think of anything, and even if I could, it's too late. He's already dead. He's dead and buried, and I buried him, and now I'm all alone. She might have been alone, you tell the gravedigger, but she isn't now, not anymore. How can she be when you are there? I know that, I know, and I'm grateful, but I don't know if I deserve it. Why would she not deserve your company? You do not understand. Because I couldn't do nothing for nobody. My father always looked out for me when I was a little girl, but when he needed me the most, I failed him. I failed everyone. All of the villagers, all of my friends, all died. What would I do if the same thing happened to you? I don't think I could bear it. I don't want you getting sick too, not when I care about you so much. I thought I'd gotten used to being on my own, but now that you're here, it's making me worry all over again. I've been worrying so much I can't sleep from it. I'm scared. Your companion's voice catches in her throat. Then she collapses in on herself. She lowers forward, her arms around about her middle as if to steady herself as she cries. She cries and she cries and she cries. For a few moments you look at the gravedigger, unsure of what to do. Her pale face, streaked with silvery tears, seem to flicker in the candlelight. Her shoulders, which seem too slender to bear the accumulative weight of all the sorrows she has endured, are shaking. Your fatigue continues to cling to you, and insistent as the fog which rolls amongst the tombstones in the graveyard at night. You are not so very tired, however, you cannot offer your hostess some comfort. You do not know what you can say to console her. You feel too weary to think of pretty sophisms, but there is something you can think of. You would not typically be so bold, of course, but you are tired enough for once to throw caution to the wind. That and the tears of the grave digger are awfully arresting. You open your arms, and before the grave digger can pass comment, you pull her to her chest. Oh! A soft exclamation escapes the lips of the grave digger, quieter than the sound of a wintry snow as it brushes the ground. Then there is nothing. The grave digger is stiff in your arms for a few moments, like the corpses she and her father used to seal away inside their wooden coffins. She is all wide eyes and awkward, pointed elbows, still tears coursing down her pale cheeks. You worry briefly as you hold her that you have perhaps made a mistake. Were your attempts at consoling her too clumsy? You would not know. You have never been in a situation like this before. You have never consoled any friends before because you have never had any friends to console. It is not so now, however. You are as far away from your old life as it is possible to be, and the gravedigger does not curse you for your impudence. Neither does she try to squirm away from you. Instead, she sits there still as a statue cradled in your arms. Oh, I'm very sorry to show you something so embarrassing. I get so lonely sometimes. Until, at long last, with a breathy sob, she lets the full weight of her body fall against you. You run your hands against her sobbing companion's shoulder blades and her back, and gently you soothe her. You tell her that she does not need to apologize. There's no shame in crying. You hug her for many, many minutes while she sobs against your chest, wetting the front of your nightgown. No further words pass between you that night, but they do not need to. Words are irrelevant in a moment as tender as this, shared between two souls have come to understand one another through mutual loneliness. You slide beneath your sheets, still exhausted, and the gravedigger joins you with it without asking for permission. It would be an unnecessary piece of politeness, really, given your acceptance is all but assured. You have already accepted the gravedigger after all, every single inch of her. You have accepted her hospitality. You have accepted her food. Now you are accepting her company. You arrange yourself beneath the sheets and draw her body to yours. Gravedigger has not yet changed in her to nightwear. Her clothes will be horribly rumpled when she awakes come the following morning, her head resting against your chest. Tomorrow has ceased to matter. It no longer exists. There is no concept of time between the two of you, no thought of the day which will dawn once this night inevitably ends. Instead, there is only the warmth shared between you and the wetness of the cheeks of the gravedigger. There is the sound, irregular now and less intense than before, of your companion's muted, muffled sobs. There is the gentle, tender moment snatched in the midst of dark night which can never be replaced. Your eyelids feel heavy as though weighted down with stone. They droop inexorably downwards, pulling you like a drowning maiden into the dark, impenetrable abyss of slumber. You yawn. Then you fall asleep, cozied beside the gravedigger like two cats in a basket. You sleep and you sleep and you sleep more deeply than you have allowed yourself in quite some time. But when you awake, you find that you are no longer in the bed upon which you slept in, shrouded by sheets. The gravedigger, too, is nowhere to be seen. Instead, you are quite alone, lying by yourself in the dark. You blink, but your surroundings do not become any clearer. Is it the middle of the night? Perhaps you are aroused from your slumber by the desire to relieve yourself, or else to slake your thirst. Your sleep has been awfully disordered of late, and the smallest of noises have been enough to disturb you. That does not sound quite right, though. You slept well, of that you are certain. Your body feels invigorated, as though it has slumbered for hours and hours. How many hours? You do not know. You do not know much of anything. You can feel a strange pinching sensation around your chest, however, and around your arms. It would appear as though somebody, but who else could it have been, save the gravedigger, changed your attire while you were sleeping. That is a startling thought. The darkness which entombs you is even more so. The darkness which surrounds you is unsettling, complete. It is so thick you cannot penetrate it. Your newfound woes do not stop, however, at this deep, unnatural darkness. It is cold, too, and you are lying upon something hard, some sort of stone slab. What is going on? You reach out, but your movements are soon stimming. There is something heavy lying atop of you, something that is limiting your movements. You were anxious before upon waking, but at this discovery you feel downright aggrieved. A sharp prong of panic pierces you, but you try to suppress it. Hysterics will get you nowhere. In most cases, they only tend to make bad situations even worse. You ought to know that already. You swallow your mounting dread as best you can, though it is coming on thick and fast, and try to squirm. You move your arms outwards, but they do not get very far. There is a wall above you and walls on either side of you, walls which do not budge no matter how hard you push. Not, I must add, that you can push particularly hard, your anxious state notwithstanding. You have never had much in any way of upper body strength nor lower body strength. You do not have much in the way of strength at all. You feel quite helpless as you lie there, out of breath from your meager exertions, unsure of what you should do. You can hardly see a foot in front of your face. You do not know where you are, nor why. A terrible premonition is beginning to bear down upon you, which initially you tried to discard. You did not want to accept it as a possibility. Where else could the truth lie? You are lying in a box, hemmed in by the walls, which offer only a scant few inches for you to stretch in any direction. Where else could you be but a coffin? The moment you allow yourself to ponder this awful reality is the moment you hear the irregular sound of drumming. It is as though somebody, though they must be very large somebody, is tapping their fingertips upon the lid of your coffin. That, or is it raining? It is not the fingers of giants, though, which is disturbing you, nor is it falling rain. It is dirt. The sound continues on and on as though it's drilling its way inside your skull. It is relentless. It is merciless. Like the thick ticking of a great celestial clock, it cannot be stopped. Your time is almost running out, but you knew that already, didn't you, when you were running through the forest? You ought to have known, silly thing, that you could not outpace your destiny forever. Sooner or later it could catch up with you. You are stubborn, though, and you do not want to accept this. Not content to simply lie there, you cry out. Cry not for your parents whom you hardly knew, for your school friends, for you never had any. Instead, you cry out for your new companion, the girl with whom you have been living, and with whom you shared one precious, cherished moment. You cry out for the gravedigger. Surely this is some manner of mistake. Once she realizes that you are in fact entombed in one of the coffins she is currently filling, for who else could be moving the dirt above you, she will cease her operations at once. She will pull you out of the darkness back into the world of the living, and then she will hold you close. She will embrace you. She cannot mean to cause you any harm, not when she was so good to you and so kind. Why would she bury you? You cry to her so loudly you fear your vocal cords might tear, all while banging against the roof of your compact prison. You cry desperately, helplessly, and to your relief your cries do not fall upon deaf ears. The sound of the falling soil stops, albeit briefly. Then you hear a voice. The voice is very faint, given it's being filtered through your coffin's sturdy lid, but you recognize it. "So you're awake then, are you, dear one?" the gravedigger says. She sighs. Then she says in a perplexed sort of voice, "Now that is a pickle. I was hoping you'd be asleep a couple of hours more, so the last time we spoke would have been on better terms. If you keep screaming like that, I'm going to feel bad." Your companion's words, though distant, are unmistakable. You are so tense you are attuned to every single syllable. Each of them makes you gasp. Was this not a mistake, then? Does she truly mean to bury you alive? You posted this question to the gravedigger as best you can, trying to keep the tremors from your voice as you do. Perhaps you think in your optimism that if you do not let her know how afraid you are, she will reward you for your bravery and let you go. If this is what you are hoping, though, it is in vain. That's right, you really do catch on quick. So it would appear she really has committed to the task of burying you. What an unfortunate turn of events. Why, though, would she do such a thing? You thought that she was your friend. We are friends, the digger says, her voice still worryingly offhand, worryingly empty. I'm very fond of you. There's nobody dearer to me than you. I've had a really good time with you these last, how long it been again? I don't remember. Neither do you. Well, if this little detail has slipped both of your minds, it can't be all that important. You have other things to worry about. If you really are friends, you say to the gravedigger, then what does she hope to gain by burying you? You do not understand. But you understand her reply even less. Well, here's the thing, the gravedigger says in a reasonable sort of voice, as though burying somebody alive could ever be thought of as a reasonable action. I've been thinking graves for a long time, see? Cannot see. It is too dark, but you affirm that you do all the same. Well, I was digging all these graves, but I had nobody to put them in, not for ages. It was rather sad. You think you know where this train of logic, twisted though it is, might be going, so you do not interrupt her. You know no good will come of it. All you can do for the present is lie there and listen. I was thinking I'd never find another person to bury in this godforsaken village, not after the plague messed everything up. I was getting desperate. Until you came along, that is. Now that I have somebody I can bury, I'm not gonna let that opportunity pass me by. I'm sorry, but this is just part of my job. It's what my father taught me to do. It's all I know how to do. I buried my mother, and I buried my father. I buried all of my friends. Now I'm going to bury you too. It is sound logic, in a sense, as the daughter of a gravedigger, digging graves is her job, but something about it rankles you. If only you could put your finger on it. Hello? Hi. Let's fight in the night. Nisa, welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. I wrote it. Thank you for the work, Blurk. So cute. Yeah, I feel like all the raids have been at funny moments. Welcome in. I'm good. I'm really good. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. If you don't know me, I'm Princess Bambi, a vampire VTuber. I'm cursed with eternal cuteness and a bit of chronic illness, but still here to serve cake and sack, whether we're slaying bosses or chilling. Bow down, peons, and enjoy the sweetness. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. We are finishing up a Yuri visual novel that has very dark twists. We are currently being buried alive, so if that is a subject that would be uncomfortable to you, what's with the shadow hand patting you? Those are my those are my imp hands, or Sir Smudgy. You know this one? Yeah? Okay. It's spooky. We thought we finally had the good ending, only to be torn asunder. Well, welcome in, everybody. If you need water or to go potty or whatever you need, make sure you do so. If dark, creepy stuff is unsettling, look away. It's only gory in words. Nothing to see, really. Yes. There is a bit of flaw with her reasoning, is there not? You are not dead, after all. You might not be dead now, the gravedigger says in response to your ingenuity, but you will be if given enough time. Thank you, corpse. Have a good lurk. I mean, everybody else I've ever known's died. Who's to say you wouldn't be next? It seems rather more likely that you will die, and quickly if she persists with her poorly thought-out plan to bury you. Your coffin is not very large, it affords you precious little space. Eventually, if trapped within it for long enough, you will run out of oxygen, then you will suffocate. That or you will starve to death. Either way, your demise will be a slow, painful one. You're unsure which death would be worse, though, given how precarious your situation is. You do not wish to expend the necessary energy needed to ponder it. You need to plead with the gravedigger, and quickly while she is still here. You tell her tearfully that you would not leave her. Why would you? You try to sound as convincing as your disordered nerves will allow, but the gravedigger remains unmoved. You say that, she says, but how can I know you're telling the truth? I thought you said you were a traveler. They never stay put in one place for long. You'd get sick of me before long. Then you'd leave me. This way, at least I can be assured that we'll always stay together. If I bear you like I did the others, we'll never be far apart. I even took care to put you in a nice spot, close to my home, so as you're only a stone throws away, really. I love dark stuff. My dad bought me the Jurassic Park trilogy and all the American Werewolf movies when I was 4. True, but a joke. Oh gosh, I don't like the Jurassic Park movies. I'm very scared of dinosaurs. Isn't that nice? Privately, you think that the gravedigger has a different conception of the word nice to you. You do not say this, however. You cannot say much of anything because the panic has begun to set in. It is choking you, stopping your throat so you can only cry. You scream. You beg and plead, but it does little good. The gravedigger has already buried her mother. She has already buried her little brothers. She has even buried her father, whom she loved above all else. She thinks by burying you, she is doing unto you an act of great kindness. You think that she's going to kill you. In a sense, you are both right. Your opinions are so diametrically opposed on this matter, however, that you will never be able to find any common ground. You might as well save your screaming. She will not listen to you. She is beyond listening. Shush, shush, dear one, says the gravedigger very gently, just as gently as she spoke last night when she confided in you all of her fears. It won't be so bad, really. Nothing will be able to hurt you down there. It'll just be like going to sleep for a really, really long time. You can rest, and while you rest, I'll tend to you. I'll plant flowers on your grave. You'd like that, wouldn't you? This way we can always be together, and I'll never be lonely again. While the gravedigger speaks, she begins to pile even more soil onto the roof of your coffin. The sound of dirt on top of you, on your arms, your legs, and your head conceals your companion's final words. You cannot hear her. You cannot hear anything beyond the sounds of dirt and the scrapings of the shovel, and your own desperate, frantic screams. You scream, and you scream, and you scream without cease, until your throat feels hoarse, but your efforts are in vain. You hammer on the lid of the coffin with as much strength as you can muster, but the lid of the coffin is nailed shut. You are in no position to remove it. All you can do is lie there screaming and crying and banging your fists on the roof of the coffin, over and over as more and dirt debris falls on top of you. Eventually enough dirt falls on you to stifle your screams for good. The gravedigger can no longer hear you and you can no longer hear her. You are all alone, trapped in a narrow wooden box which, regardless of what you want, is now your new home. You can smell the soil in the backs of your nostrils when you inhale. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You can taste the eventual, inevitable decay of your own body. You will remain trapped here underground forever and ever. Or, to use less melodramatic terms, until the last of your energy escapes you and you succumb to your own slow suffocation. It isn't a very pleasant way to go, but you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself. You reap what you sow, and in your case you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. Now what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace, or you try to fight against it? We accept our fate first, of course, and then we come back and fight against it. Very well, then enjoy your eternal slumber. I suppose this is a good night for now, but it is not goodbye. You cannot escape from me, and even if you're buried deep beneath the earth, where this is a well, there's a way. And even if the whole world has forsaken you, I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. A fight against your fate. Are you not happy with the hand that fate has dealt you? Very well, I cannot blame you. It is quite a grim ending. I would not wish it upon my worst enemy, and you are rather dearer to me than that. Now why don't we give this another go? Just try not to be buried alive this time. I can only endure so much of your screaming. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Give up. So, you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have had any protect. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have had any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you were always destined to return here. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive you are. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated as though you have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular, they no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You are certain that you passed this route once already, and that you sidestepped it, but perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forwards dull and senseless like a sack full of potatoes. Your arm hits the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty tears which cannot stymie. Potatoes. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you are crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand had you the energy, but you know as you sit there dazed that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I've not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why, then, are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. That is why they teased you so much. It is because they knew they would be guaranteed a reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. You sit there sobbing, you hear, or you think you hear, footsteps approaching you. There to your right is the snapping of a twig, to your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You're so panicked, you feel as though you're going to be sick. If you want to vomit, then why not? There's no shame in it. There's nobody here to judge you, nobody but me. I've always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way about your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They are mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I've reached out to you in a so direct manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly like a startled rabbit's. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you wouldn't tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not, when you first called me forth from the ether, using that book you found in the library. You were desperate enough then to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored and you entreated and you wheedled and you whined, and though I had some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be alone with me anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded from me? Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you are beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might not ever be able to escape from me. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my head, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of any fonder feeling. That is why I had to drown you, you see. That is why I had to bury you. It is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you are very lucky. Do you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love, it ought to have slaked even your unquenchable thirst. You know now what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. You will never be lonely again.
Good ending? Pictures! Wait!
There's a picture missing. What did we miss? The game made you feel feelings? I did not expect it to be that long. Oh my gosh. The music was amazing. It was really good. It was really good. Nearly 8 hours. Oh wait, all of them are empty. I'm just curious. Oh wait. It won't let me go back. Hang on. Wait a second. Wait. It was something different. You're running through a forest, but this should come as a surprise to you. You've been here before, haven't you? It is beginning to feel like you've been running for a long time. The sun, despite the overwhelming weariness which assails you, has yet to rise. Why, I wonder, could that be? You are sure, as you run, that you have seen this already. You have seen the fractal pattern of the moon's milky glows that it spills on the uneven forest floor and the trees which just out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god. You have seen wicked brambles which sought to ensnare you, and might I add succeeded in tree roots that hooked like choppy fingers of witches far older than I, which sought to trip you. You have cut your feet, you have torn your skirt, you have taken numerous paths, yet you all ended in failure. Once you had hope, now it is gone. You have already given in to me, so why are you still running? Silly girl, did you really think you could escape from me after all I've subjected you to already? There's no use trying to escape from my embrace, and if I may be so bold, I am hurt that you would even attempt it. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you. But no matter. You are a stubborn little chit, and perhaps you think that things will be different this time around. That is why you began to run. I can see, despite the fear in your eyes, that your resolve has not burnt out, not just yet. A spark of it still remains, a spark that I mean to extinguish for good. It is pointless, you know, trying to escape from a witch's curse in this forest of phantasmagoria, constructed from my own powers. I am a creator goddess, Mother Earth, if you will. It does not matter how quickly you run, trampling the tall grass and the loose leaves and ugly spotted mushrooms underfoot. I still have you right where I want you, in the palm of my hand. I will not let you get away that easily, but very well. If you insist on playing this little game, then I will indulge you. I will play along. We can do this all over again. Now, where were we? Oh yes. You're still running through a forest. It is late at night, and the sky is black as pitch. There's nothing to light your way save the moon's milky glow. Trees surround you. Blah blah blah. Can't see where you're going. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Cannot let yourself be caught, though it is too late for that, I suppose. I have no choice, therefore, to keep going. Fork in the road. There are 3 paths. Well, 4. Not exactly put it back on yourself, though. Why would you? You'll put all the effort out into all. How can you when you are so very afraid? I can hear your teeth chattering, you know. I can see your legs trembling. Your fear rolls off you in waves more potent than any perfume. Your anxiety is truly staggering. It's a wonder, really, how you're able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. You will keep putting your feet and one foot in front of the other no matter which decision you make. You will not turn back. How could you? You are far too cowardly. Now, the 3 posts are signposts as well, as you know which would be a strange sight given they are so deep in the forest. But you ought to be used to strange sights by now. It is dark, but that does not matter. You have seen the signpost before, and you know full well where each path will lead you. I would say that your fate is in your hands, but you and I both know that is incorrect. Your fate is and always has been mine to manipulate. Must we really go through this rigmarole again? We won't discover anything new, you know. The mermaid, the gravedigger, the princess will not deviate from the scripts which have already been prepared for them. I did not, in all honesty, think to furnish any further responses for them. I did not think you would be seeing them again. But no matter. If this is what you want, I shall provide it for you. Go ahead. Throw your life away again and again and again. Be drowned by love. Be buried by love. Be consumed by love. Then, when you've had enough, you can no longer stand. Submit yourself once again to my embrace. And let yourself experience the love as precious few humans have ever before had the misfortune of experiencing. Interesting. I mean, obviously there's some other kind of ending, but I'm not sure what it could be. And it's been 8 hours. I have 3 achievements left. I have to do them all over again. That's insane. That's crazy. That is so cool. Maybe we'll do it next stream, then we'll finish this up. We'll do them all over again. Because I don't know. Because obviously some of the text might be... Skip button normally doesn't skip unseen text. Really? Okay. We can look at it really quick. There's an ad break really quick though, so I'm gonna go pee while that runs, and then we'll check it out really quick, okay? Hopefully, if it seems like it's gonna be forever, we can see if it's in options. Oh, let me pee first, and then we'll come back. Real quick.
was weird. Oh. Alright, let's see. What incarnation? Okay, options. Skip. Red text. Okay, it's on that, right? Okay. Good job, Coils. Coils is on it. Ready, set, wee! So you want to go to the castle. So this is skip, right? So this remains the same. So that is impressive, Kitten. This is the second time you have been devoured so heartily. Of all of the demises you've experienced, this one is the most gruesome. If you had tried, if you had tired of these repetitions, I would understand. I'm not that wicked witch you might think I am, and I would be willing to show you mercy should you want it. But I can tell you that you do not want it. Goodness me, you are stubborn. Why, I ask you, do you continue to fight? There's no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. Or so I once told you. You ought to know now, however, that this is never truly the case. You still belong to me. This is giving, Madoka vibes. Not Madoka. Monica? Just Monica. Just Monica. I'm not going to let you get away from me. Not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It does not matter where you go. I will always find you. I can promise you that much. To the shore. So you want to go to the shore. Good idea. Skippity-doo. Skippity-doo. Doobity skippity-doo. Gonna get drowned by a mermaid because she's sad about her other girlfriend. Wee! Fight! Oh, so you still wish to soldier on, do you? That is remarkable, given this is the second time you have been pulled beneath the ocean's surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now. But no matter. You really are stubborn. I cannot promise a better fate than this awaits you regardless of what you might choose, but I'm willing to indulge you. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you once thought. You and I both know, however, that this never was the case, not now that you belong to me. How much longer can you keep resisting, though? I cannot wait to find out. To the village, so you want to go to the village? Hello, Gravedigger lady. You were so sweet and nice, and we thought you were sweet and you were nice, and you were not. You were not sweet and you were not nice. You buried me. My, this is certainly unexpected. I'd rather thought after everything you have been subjected to, you would no longer wish to continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself at long last to my loving embrace. The princess is my favorite. She's so bandy boy. I'm ready to embrace you should you desire it, and cradle you with my unassailable affection. But it seems you are not ready to submit, not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me, as if you have any hope of succeeding.
Your efforts are all futile. Do you not know that? I am far, far stronger than any skinny human like yourself could ever begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in. But perhaps I have not loved you effusively enough, not just yet. If you are to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? I only want what is best for you, you know. Hurting you hurts me too. But if that's what it is you want, so be it. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you might think. You and I both know, however, that this was never the case. You still belong to me, and I will never let you forget that. Now continue to struggle. Do your very best. It will not work, but it should be entertaining if nothing else. There, you see? Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You have been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you have made any progress in attempts to escape from me? Once again you find yourself as you were at the end of your last foray into my forest full of nightmare. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. You try to inhale, but it hurts. It feels as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. When you swallow, you can taste salt upon your tongue. You blink, but it's so very dark in these woods you fear you cannot see. It's not. There's a heavy, laden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold, as though it's been sapped of all its warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feel as though it has frozen. That, or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red goblets. Have you had enough of this now, silly thing? I'm saying this for your sake, you know, just as much as I am mine. Though I might have trapped you hence, I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It has already, I fear, been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death would be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? You do not run from me. Let me console you. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Cat got your tongue, Well, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak while we are together. It is an unnecessary appendage, however much you might wish one day to whisper sweet nothings to me. I am an all-powerful witch, after all I can hear. I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you were thinking. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Now that you are finally mine, I will cut off your tongue, and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon. What was that, dear one? I said no. I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. What? You would defy me still after all you have endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely. But you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though, you know. They are bold-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. I was very upset when we first met. I said if you wished to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, if you come with me, my dear. I am not your dear! Really now? Has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else. Or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? Will you pluck out my eyes? You already stole my name, but it's coming back to me. What? No, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Medea, you remember my name? I do now. You're called Medea, and No, stop it! I'm called Rosette. It can't be. I know you were stubborn, but I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me, and now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please, don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. You said that you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend. I promised that I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You can rot for all I care. What? No! Rosette! I call after you, retreating back, but you do not heed my words. You do not turn your head. Once it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable, and you were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you're walking away from me. That is the thing you humans say, is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It doesn't hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when you first summoned me. Your fiery determination in the face of extreme hardship endeared you to me. I thought you were very noble, really, how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought with a human like you by my side, my only life of empty, endless wandering might not be so. Goodness me. I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now you are not one upon the ground, it is I. I could keep calling for you, but I know it be no good. You will not turn back from me now, not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though. I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. No, there is nothing but the milky moonlight and the trees which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette, because they are not of your world. They are of mine. Now you have fled from me like a bird let loose from its cage. I fear I will never see you again. I will be on my own in this forest for all eternity, or until another silly little girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. It has happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I will let myself dream, and enrobed in the undulating mist, I shall think to myself, it gets so lonely here.
did it! Yeah! Yeah, we did it! Oops. Did I get all the achievements? Did I miss any? I'm still missing 2. How? Okay. Okay, I can't skip. I am sitting in a forest. It is late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There's nothing to light my way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach me, not properly. The trees which surround me, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. If I were running, I would not be able to see where I was going. But such concerns are trivial to me. There is nowhere, after all, for me to run to. I am all alone. You have abandoned me. You made a contract with me once when you wished for a friend. It was a contract I swore I would fill upon my good name. But you betrayed me. Oh, Rosette, why did you have to go? My days were intolerably dull and tedious without you to amuse me. Your company Your company slaked my boredom nicely, but now that you have gone, that boredom has returned fourfold. It is so consuming, I fear I might go mad from it, if I not have granted gone mad already. If only there was another mortal out there, one who might keep me company. If only... Oh. Perhaps I spoke too soon. It would seem that another has intruded upon my moonlit solitude after all, far more quickly than I was expecting. How very fortuitous. Well met, stranger. Does the moon not look beautiful tonight? Why is it's Why, it's almost as if our encounter were preordained by a being far greater than both of us. That, of course, is a foolish thought. There are few beings out there more powerful than myself. Now then, would you care to create a contract with me and relive the events of this night anew? I feel like this one's the shortest one. Oh, do you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You are awfully cruel, but I can understand how you feel. I am a benevolent witch regardless of what people might say, and I would never force you to do anything, not against your will. My love is and always has been reciprocal in nature, though she did not appreciate that. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come of you, of soliciting with witches in the dead of night. You had the best be on your way, and quickly. Otherwise, I might just change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. Okay. Then we make a contract. What? Why? Oh, there's one more. Oh, are you still here? I thought that I'd already sent you on your way. You certainly are a stubborn child, that, or you're a very cruel one, to take delight in my suffering as you are. Now, don't just stand there. If there is something you wish to tell me, I bid you tell it. Have you reconsidered my earlier offer? Very good. Now come to me, dear one.
You are lonely too, I can tell. The scent of lonely positively rolls off you, much like the mist in the early morning. Oh, come, do not look so surprised. It was not all that difficult to guess. Why else would you be spending time with me? Had you anything better to do with your time? We are all lonely here. In that sense, we might not be very dissimilar, you and I. Though I might be a witch, you a human, I am not a stranger to the complicated emotions of your kind. I was a human myself once upon a time, though it was a very, very long time ago. Now come to me, and I shall tell you a story. I will tell you a story of a girl running through the forest without ceasing. A girl entrapped in a patchwork fairy tale world with no beginning and no end. My story will unravel unbroken from now until the end of time. And if you allow yourself to be submerged within it, we need never be alone again.
It just closed. It just is gone. GG. Oh, that was the last achievement. Okay. Crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, that was fun. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Also, Medea is from Greek mythology, right? That's a lot of glitching there. Where the it's I like stuff like this, yeah. Wow. Oh, my lights are gone now. That's so weird. So weird. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah. I dig it. Well, I hope you all enjoyed that. I wanted to look up Medea. I'm pretty sure I remember. Stream was as long as it. In Greek mythology, Medea is the daughter of King Aeetes of something. In the myth of Jason and the Argonauts, she aids Jason in search for the golden fleece. She later marries him, eventually kills their children. Oh. In most stories as a sorceress and is often depicted as a priestess of the goddess of Hecate.
Yeah, I looked her up too. As soon as I saw Greek mythology, I knew she wasn't going to be pleasant. Yeah. They talked about a lot of Greek stuff in it. Morpheus, and she talks about Mephistopheles, which I think is more Christian. Which is a demon. That gravedigger one threw me for a loop. I was like, what could possibly wrong with this one? Morpheus was a titan generally associated with sleep and dreams. Yes. Yes. I like Greek mythology and stuff. I like that stuff a lot. I am going to need very hot tea for my throat. Ugh. I hope I did the acting on that last bit some justice. I was trying not to be too loud. I was so sad for the gravedigger. I thought we were gonna be her happy ending. Hot cup of tea. I know, that was really sad. That one was sad. And then she's like, I'll just bury you alive. We love crazy yandere girls. Wow. Wow. We love never ever letting our peons go. It looks really spooky with my... I'm not a tsundere. No? 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 You don't want to stay with me forever? I just love you all so much. I just wanna gobble you all up. Crunch right into your neck. Ha! The first one was so me. I was like, oh. You would stay with me, even if I ate your liver? You got to see firsthand what it's like in the dungeon. We witnessed it today. Even if you eat my liver? Wow. Wow. That was a good visual novel. I really liked it. I'm so happy. Oh, my phone is crashing. You can eat part of our livers, then they'll grow. Is that actually true? If that's true, I'm so down. I can be good. I can wait. My phone is having a heart attack. Hang on. Oh, it's like so hot. It's so hot. I might need to get one of those cooling ones if I have streams as long as this. Yeah, the liver regrows? Oh. I was so scared of that, Coils. You have no idea. Coils, you have no idea how anxious I was. I was ready to, like, turn the stream off at a second's notice. I was so ready. I was like, oh god. Oh god.
don't dox me. Dox me. No doxing, please. No, no. No, do the doxing. Alright, we should probably find somebody to raid so that I can rest my, throat. That was a lot of, that was a lot. Doxing. Doxing. So in Doki Doki Literature Club, it like reads your files and stuff. And when they were like, I remember my name, I was so scared. I was like, God, please no. Yeah. I need to add them to my what's it called? Credits. I love. Yeah, glad doxing didn't occur. Stream would have ended so fast. And I would have had to send people to your houses to wipe your memories. With a big shovel. So yeah. There's that. Alright, who's online? Who's up? Who's up? Ooh, they're playing the Backrooms. Yeah, you're fine. I understand. This was a really, really late stream for us. Have I ever raided Jasper before? I don't think I have. I think we'll raid her. They're doing a collab with everybody. Yeah, they're playing the Backrooms. They're playing it with Jasper, Medi, and 27 Hugs. And you're welcome for this totally normal visual novel. I think the best part is that that's my first visual novel I've ever played. And I don't know, I think that says something about me. I don't know what it says about me, but it says something. For sure. I love you, Fions. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully my voice is okay. Remember, you can never, ever leave me. Someone get this kid Nekopara. It says your future is in voice acting, and I better hear more of it. Okay! Okay! Let's go! We'll do more. Okay. Bye-bye, everyone. Wait, where's... Ooh, I gotta get the raid ready. Nekopara is on her wish list. Is it actually? What? Never mind, I won't ask. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, I don't have a goodbye. I don't have a Halloween goodbye. We'll just do the Halloween one. Always. We need to see it lots, okay? It's got new music. It's got Coil's beautiful handiwork. I offered to get it when I had $5 on Steam and it was on sale. Oh, I forgot. You do too much for me, Coils, that... Just stop. Just stop. Okay, bye, peons. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.